The morning air smelled like diesel and rain. Silas checked his watch, 5:47 a.m., and ran his hand along the steering wheel of the Route 66 bus, feeling the familiar worn grooves under his thumbs. 23 years driving these streets had left their mark on his hands, calluses thick as leather from gripping this same wheel through every season Hartford had to offer. The bus depot hummed with activity, drivers shuffling between vehicles with coffee cups and route sheets, their voices echoing off the concrete walls. He performed his pre-route inspection with practiced efficiency, checking tire pressure, fluid levels, the emergency exit mechanisms. The brake system responded with the proper resistance when he tested it. Good. The hydraulic door hissed open and closed 3 times without hesitation. The fire extinguisher mount was secure. He moved through the checklist tattooed in his muscle memory, noting each completed item on the worn clipboard that had been with him since 2014. The radio crackled as dispatch confirmed his route assignment. Hartford to New Britain via Farmington Avenue, same as always. He'd make this loop 17 times today if traffic cooperated. His lower back already ached in anticipation. The driver's seat had developed a troublesome sag that maintenance kept promising to fix. At 6:15, Silas pulled out of the depot. The bus's engine rumbled beneath him, that distinctive diesel growl that had become the soundtrack to his adult life. He knew every shudder and whine this vehicle made, could tell by sound alone when something wasn't right. Today it ran smooth. Small mercy. The first passengers boarded at Asylum Avenue, 2 nurses in scrubs heading to Hartford Hospital, a custodian with headphones, and an elderly woman with a wheeled shopping cart. Silas greeted each one the way he always did, a nod and brief eye contact. Not friendly enough to invite conversation, not cold enough to seem rude. The balance of public service work. Dawn light spread across the city in shades of gray and amber. He navigated the familiar streets, stopping at each marked shelter, watching the city wake up through the wide windshield. The bus filled gradually. College students, healthcare workers, retail employees heading to early shifts, the usual morning faces, most staring at phones or sleeping against the windows. His own phone buzzed in his pocket. He waited until the next red light to check it. Don't forget we need milk. And can you grab bread? Love you. His wife, Teresa. She'd be at their West Hartford house right now, probably making breakfast for herself before her shift at the insurance office. He typed back quickly. Got it. Home by 6 inches. The light changed green. Traffic flowed normally through downtown. Silas merged onto Asylum Avenue, passing the glass towers and old brownstones that made up Hartford's architectural patchwork. A billboard advertised the Wadsworth Athenaeum. Another promised the best rates on car insurance, the ordinary visual noise of urban life. At 7:23, a conversation between 2 passengers caught his attention. Saying it was some kind of chemical leak, but that doesn't make sense. New Haven PD isn't talking. I heard it was worse. My cousin goes to Yale. She texted me at like 5 a.m. freaking out. Silas glanced in the rearview mirror. 2 men in construction gear, hard hats resting on their laps, both looking at a phone screen between them. Says here they're locking down parts of the medical campus. Some lab got broken into. Terrorist shit? Maybe. News isn't saying much. The conversation drifted into speculation, and Silas returned his attention to the road. New Haven was 40 miles south. Might as well be another world. People always found something to worry about on the news. The rhythm of the route continued. Stop, doors open, passengers exit, new ones board, doors close, accelerate, brake, repeat. By 8 a.m., the bus carried a full load. Standing room only through the downtown corridor. Bodies pressed together in that resigned morning commute way, everyone existing in their own bubble despite the physical proximity. Someone's cologne was too strong. A teenager's music leaked from earbuds. The woman near the back coughed repeatedly. A wet, rattling sound. The morning news played on someone's phone, volume just loud enough to hear fragments. Authorities urge residents to remain calm. No confirmed details about the nature of... Yale New Haven Hospital has activated emergency protocols. Silas made the turn onto Farmington Avenue. The route would take him through the West End, past Trinity College, into the mix of residential and commercial blocks that led toward New Britain. He'd been driving this same path so long, he could probably do it blind. The coughing woman got worse. He heard her struggling for breath between coughs, heard other passengers moving away from her. In the mirror, he saw her doubled over, one hand gripping the pole, the other pressed to her mouth. Her face had gone gray. "Ma'am?" A young guy in a Yukon sweatshirt leaned toward her. "You okay?" "You need me to pull the cord?" She tried to answer but only managed more coughing, deeper and more violent. Her knees buckled slightly. Silas flipped on his turn signal, looking for a place to pull over. Protocol for medical emergencies was clear. Stop the bus, call dispatch, render aid if qualified, wait for EMS. He'd done it a dozen times over the years. Heart attacks, seizures, diabetic incidents. The job came with its share of human crisis. The woman vomited. The sound carried through the bus. Liquid splashing on the floor, gasps from nearby passengers. Silas found a spot along the curb and brought the bus to a stop, engaging the parking brake. He grabbed the radio as he stood. "Dispatch, this is bus 2347. I have a medical situation on board. Passenger appears to be..." The woman screamed. Not a cry for help or a pain response. A raw animal sound that made his teeth clench. He turned to see her convulsing, her body jerking so violently she fell into the aisle. Passengers scrambled back, creating a circle around her thrashing form. "Jesus Christ, call 911!" someone shouted. Silas moved down the aisle, keeping his grip on the poles for balance. The woman's eyes had rolled back, showing only whites. Foam bubbled at her mouth, pink with blood. Her spine arched impossibly, vertebrae crackling with each spasm. "Everyone stay calm," he said, projecting his voice with the authority that came from 2 decades of managing unruly passengers. "Give her space. Someone call emergency services." Multiple people already had phones out. The woman's convulsions intensified. Her hands clawed at nothing, fingernails scraping the floor. Blood ran from her nose. The smell hit him then, sharp and chemical, like burning plastic mixed with spoiled meat. It made his eyes water. She stopped moving. The sudden stillness felt worse than the violence. Her body lay twisted, one leg bent at a wrong angle, arms spread wide. No one spoke. Silas knelt beside her, checking for a pulse at her neck the way his training had taught him. Her skin felt furnace hot under his fingers. Nothing. No pulse. No breathing. "Dispatch, I need an ambulance at..." He glanced out the window, locating his position. Farmington Avenue, just past Broad Street. Female passenger, mid-40s, unresponsive. Appears to be... Her eyes opened, not the way unconscious people wake, with confusion or gradual awareness. Her eyes snapped open all at once, fixed and dilated, and her head rotated toward him with mechanical precision. The wrongness of it froze him in place, every instinct screaming danger even as his rational mind struggled to process what he was seeing. She grabbed his wrist. Her grip had inhuman strength, fingers digging into his flesh, hard enough to bruise bone deep. He tried to pull away, but she held fast, dragging herself toward him with her other arm. Her mouth opened wider than any mouth should, jaw dislocating with an audible pop, and she lunged for his throat. Silas threw himself backward. Her teeth snapped shut an inch from his neck. He crashed into the legs of standing passengers, scrambling away on his back as she rose to her knees. The passengers nearest her shrieked and pushed toward the rear of the bus. The woman, the thing that had been a woman, crawled after him with terrible speed. Her broken leg dragged behind her, leaving a smear of blood on the floor. Her eyes held no recognition, no humanity. only blank hunger. Drool mixed with blood spilled from her distended jaw. Someone hit the emergency exit release. The rear door blew open with a bang of compressed air. Passengers fought to escape, climbing over seats, trampling each other in their panic to reach the exit. Their screams filled the enclosed space, rising in pitch and volume. Silas gained his feet and backed toward the driver's seat. The infected woman pursued, pulling herself upright using the poles. She moved wrong, joints bending at odd angles, like a puppet with tangled strings. The chemical smell intensified, making him gag. He grabbed the fire extinguisher from its mount and swung it like a bat. The metal cylinder connected with her skull with a sound like a melon splitting. She staggered but didn't fall, didn't even slow. Dark blood poured from the wound, matting her hair. She reached for him again with those grasping hands. Silas swung again, harder, putting 23 years of shoulder strain into the blow. This time she went down. Her skull caved inward. She twitched on the floor, limbs jerking, but she kept trying to crawl toward him. Even with her head destroyed, she kept trying. He hit her again, and again, until she stopped moving, until the thing wearing a woman's face finally lay still. His breath came in ragged gasps. Blood covered his hands, his uniform, the fire extinguisher. The bus interior had transformed into a nightmare scene. Blood smeared across seats and poles, vomit pooling in the aisle, the rear door hanging open to the street where passengers had fled in every direction. The radio crackled. "Bus 2347, please confirm status. We're getting multiple emergency calls. Repeat, confirm status." Silas reached for the radio with shaking hands. Before he could respond, he heard screaming from outside. Not the panicked flight of his former passengers, but agonized shrieks of pain. He moved to the door and looked out. A man in a suit tackled a fleeing woman 20 feet away. He drove her to the pavement and buried his face in her shoulder, tearing into her flesh with his teeth. Blood sprayed across the sidewalk. She screamed and thrashed, but he held on with unnatural strength, shaking his head like a dog worrying meat. Further down the street, more figures moved erratically, lurching toward the sounds of chaos. Some ran, some moved with that same wrong-jointed crawl he'd just witnessed. All of them converged on the running passengers. "Oh, God." The words escaped him in a whisper. "Oh, Jesus Christ." His phone buzzed. "Teresa, are you seeing the news? They're saying stay inside." "What's happening?" Another message immediately after. "Silas, answer me, please." He tried to call her. The network was busy. He tried again. Same result. Texted back, "I'm okay. Stay home. Lock the doors. I'm coming." The radio exploded with overlapping transmissions, drivers and dispatch talking over each other. "People attacking on Main Street? Need backup at... What the fuck is..." Silas ran back to the driver's seat, his boots slipping in blood. The keys still hung in the ignition. Through the windshield, he watched the man in the suit rise from his victim, mouth dripping red. The woman he'd attacked twitched on the ground, convulsing just like the passenger on his bus had done. He knew what came next. The engine roared to life. Silas released the parking brake and pulled into traffic without checking his mirrors. A car swerved to avoid him, horn blaring. He didn't care. West Hartford. Teresa. That was all that mattered now. Farmington Avenue stretched ahead, normally clogged with morning traffic, but now showing gaps where drivers had stopped or abandoned their vehicles. He wove between them, pushing the bus faster than he ever had on a passenger route. The speedometer climbed past 40, past 50. The big vehicle handled like a boat at high speed, swaying with each turn, but he'd driven in worse conditions. Snowstorms, ice, flooding streets. He knew how to control her. A figure stepped into the road ahead. Silas laid on the horn. The figure didn't move, didn't react. At the last second he saw it was a teenager, male, face blank, jaw hanging loose. The bus hit him at 53 miles per hour. The impact shuddered through the frame. The teenager's body disappeared under the front bumper. Silas felt the sickening double thump as wheels rolled over flesh and bone. In the mirror, he saw the mangled form roll to a stop in the road, then immediately begin trying to crawl, despite legs bent backward and spine clearly broken. His hands tightened on the wheel until his knuckles went white. Keep driving. Get home. Get Teresa. That was the only thought his mind could hold. The radio continued its panicked symphony. Downtown is completely recommending all drivers return to under attack, multiple casualties. He passed Hartford Hospital. The emergency entrance had been overwhelmed, bodies lying on the pavement, some moving, some not. Medical staff in blood-stained scrubs fought to restrain patients who thrashed and bit. A security guard fired his gun into the chest of an attacking man 3 times. The man kept coming until the 4th shot took off the top of his skull. Silas turned onto Prospect Avenue, heading north. The neighborhoods here showed less chaos, but he saw signs. Smoke rising from a house fire. Abandoned cars with doors left open. People running with no clear destination. A woman clutched a child to her chest, sprinting across lawns. A man beat on a locked door, screaming to be let in. His phone rang. He grabbed it without slowing. Teresa! Silas, oh God, where are you? They're saying on TV. I'm coming home right now. Are you safe? Are the doors locked? Yes, I locked everything. The news is showing footage from New Haven. It's... Silas, what's happening? They're calling it an outbreak. They're saying people are... Don't watch the news. Stay away from the windows. I'm maybe 20 minutes away. They said it came from the medical campus. Some kind of attack. They're evacuating, but people are getting sick so fast, the hospitals can't... Her voice broke. Please tell me you're okay. I'm okay. I'm safe on the bus. Just stay where you are. A crash ahead cut off his words. A pickup truck had T-boned a sedan in the middle of an intersection. The driver of the sedan, a middle-aged man in a tie, crawled from the wreckage with half his face caved in. Blood poured from the wound. He should have been dead. Instead, he turned toward the sound of the pickup's horn and began crawling toward it with single-minded determination. Silas swerved around the accident, mounting the curb to get past. The bus scraped against a fire hydrant with a tortured metal scream. He kept going. Silas? What was that noise? Nothing. Stay on the line with me. He couldn't stay on Prospect. Ahead, he saw a crowd blocking the road. Not a normal gathering. They moved as a mass, surrounding something, dozens of bodies pressed together. The sound they made wasn't human speech, but a collective moan, hungry and terrible. He watched one figure at the edge of the crowd bend down and tear into something on the ground with its teeth. He spun the wheel hard right, taking a side street. The bus tilted on its suspension, threatening to roll, but held. Teresa screamed through the phone. It's okay, he said, though nothing was okay. Just avoiding traffic. The side street was residential, lined with old colonials and maples just starting to show fall color. Peaceful, normal, except for the man stumbling down the middle of the road, shirt torn open, intestines hanging from a ragged hole in his belly. He clutched at them with one hand while reaching toward the bus with the other. Silas drove past him, close enough to see the gray pallor of his skin, the film over his eyes. Close enough to see the man's jaw work uselessly, teeth snapping at empty air. The radio is saying they're setting up quarantine zones, Teresa said. Downtown Hartford is closed off. Route 84 is shut down. They're telling people not to drive. Where are they saying is safe? They're not. They're just saying to shelter in place and await further instructions. Silas, I'm scared. I know, me too, but I'm coming home and we're going to figure this out together. He navigated back toward main roads, trying to plot a route that avoided the worst chaos. His knowledge of Hartford's street grid had become his most valuable asset. Every shortcut through residential neighborhoods, every back road connecting major arteries, 23 years of detours and traffic avoidance had mapped this city into his brain. An elementary school appeared on his right. Blessed Sacrament, he recognized it. The parking lot held maybe 30 cars, teachers, staff. The building looked intact, but as he watched, one of the front doors burst open and children poured out, running in every direction while something, multiple somethings, pursued them. He couldn't look away. A girl no older than 7 tripped and fell. One of the pursuing figures, moving with that horrible wrong-jointed gait, fell on her before she could rise. Silas looked away before he saw more. "Teresa, I need you to pack a bag. Clothes, medications, important documents, food that doesn't need cooking, bottles of water. Can you do that?" "Why? Aren't we staying home?" "I don't know. Just have it ready in case." His bus driving had taught him to always have an exit strategy. Every route, every passenger situation, every equipment failure. He always thought 3 moves ahead. That instinct screamed at him now. Whatever this was, whatever had started in New Haven, it was spreading too fast. Staying in one place might become a death sentence. He reached the West Hartford border. The neighborhood streets here were quieter, more suburban. Larger homes set back from the road, trees everywhere. It almost looked normal until he noticed the details. Newspapers piling up in driveways, cars parked haphazardly as if abandoned mid-journey, a dog barking frantically from inside a house. "I'm 5 minutes away," he told Teresa. "Get the bag and meet me at the front door." Okay, I love you. I love you too." He disconnected and took the next right onto their street. The bus barely fit, branches scraping along its sides. He didn't care. Ahead, their house, a modest 2-story colonial with blue shutters that Teresa had insisted on painting herself 3 summers ago. The lawn needed mowing. The front porch light was on despite the morning sun. Home. Silas brought the bus to a stop in the middle of the street, set the parking brake, and grabbed his phone. The front door opened and Teresa emerged, a duffel bag over her shoulder, her purse clutched in both hands. She wore her work clothes, slacks, and a blouse, completely inappropriate for whatever was coming. But God, she looked beautiful to him, her dark hair pulled back, her brown eyes wide with fear and relief. He practically fell down the bus steps, his legs shaky with adrenaline come down. She ran to him and they collided in an embrace, her familiar warmth anchoring him to reality after the nightmare of the past hour. "You're bleeding," she said, pulling back to look at him. "Silas, you're covered in—" "It's not mine. Most of it's not mine. We need to go." "Go where?" Good question. He looked around their quiet street, trying to think past the immediate panic. West Hartford was only marginally safer than downtown. The infection, if that's what this was, wouldn't respect municipal boundaries. They needed distance, food, shelter, a plan. "Let me grab some things from inside," he said. They moved quickly through the house, Silas changing into jeans and a flannel shirt, grabbing his work boots. He went to the basement and retrieved his toolkit, the heavy canvas bag filled with wrenches, screwdrivers, pliers, wire cutters, the essential implements of bus maintenance that might prove useful for other things now. He added a hammer, a pry bar, a battery-powered flashlight. Teresa worked in the kitchen, filling a cooler with everything from the refrigerator that wouldn't spoil immediately. She moved with the efficiency of controlled panic, hands shaking, but actions purposeful. The TV played in the living room. Silas glanced at it while passing through. The news showed aerial footage of New Haven, smoke rising from multiple points, streets gridlocked with abandoned vehicles, crowds of people moving with that distinctive wrong motion he now recognized. The chyron read, "Outbreak spreads. Governor declares state of emergency. Residents urged to shelter in place. A reporter spoke over the images. Still unclear what exactly was released from the Yale Medical School laboratory. Federal authorities are now involved, but sources tell us the situation is deteriorating rapidly. Hospitals throughout New Haven County report being overwhelmed with patients exhibiting violent behavior, and the feed cut to static, then switched back to the studio anchor looking pale and shaken. "We've lost contact with our New Haven team," the anchor said. "We're working to reestablish—" His earpiece apparently delivered new information because his expression shifted to horror. "We're getting reports now that the outbreak has spread to Waterbury and Meriden. Officials are—" Silas switched it off. Waterbury was 30 minutes west. Meriden was northeast. The infection had formed a spreading circle with Hartford directly in its path. "We're taking the bus," he said. "It's big, it's armored, and I know how to drive it through anything." "Where are we going?" "North. Vermont, maybe. Get away from population centers." They loaded their supplies onto the bus, the duffel bag, the cooler, his tools, blankets from the hall closet, their laptop, phone chargers. Teresa insisted on bringing photo albums, their wedding pictures, her grandmother's jewelry box. He didn't argue. People needed touchstones, needed pieces of their old life even when that life was ending. As they worked, he heard sounds from other houses, shouting, breaking glass, an engine starting and then cutting off. A car alarm began wailing 3 houses down. The normal neighborhood silence had been replaced by a rising symphony of chaos. "We should tell the Hendersons," Teresa said, gesturing to the house next door. "Helen and Tom, they're elderly. They might not understand." "No." The word came out harder than he intended. "We can't save everyone. We have to go now." She stared at him, hurt flashing across her face, but she didn't argue. She understood. The calculus of survival had already begun narrowing their circle of concern. They climbed aboard the bus. Silas took his familiar spot behind the wheel, and for a moment, muscle memory almost made him reach for his route sheet and passenger count. Instead, he closed the door and started the engine. "Hold on," he said, and pulled away from the curb. He retraced his route south, taking back roads where possible. The streets had grown more congested in the 30 minutes he'd been home. More people fleeing, more accidents, more of the infected stumbling into traffic. He kept the speed reasonable, conserving fuel, trying to think through the next steps. Route 44 would take them northwest out of the city. From there, they could get to Route 8, head up through Torrington toward Massachusetts. The rural areas would be safer. Fewer people meant fewer infected. They could find somewhere isolated to wait this out, figure out what came next. His plan died at the intersection of Farmington Avenue and South Main Street. A traffic jam stretched as far as he could see, hundreds of cars packed bumper to bumper, going nowhere. Horns blared constantly. People had abandoned their vehicles and were running on foot, carrying whatever they could manage. And moving through the crowd, spreading like a virus made visible, were the infected. He watched a man in the car ahead get pulled from his window by 3 of them. They tore into him while he screamed, blood spraying across the windshield of his SUV. The woman in the passenger seat, his wife probably, tried to climb into the driver's seat, but they grabbed her too. "Silas, we can't go through there." Teresa's voice was small, tight with terror. He reversed, the bus beeping its warning. Cars behind him honked angrily until their drivers saw what he was backing away from. Then, the honking turned to screaming. The infected noticed the noise. Their heads turned in unison, that terrible mechanical precision, and they began moving toward the sound. Dozens of them, then hundreds, drawn by the car alarms and horns and human panic. Silas spun the wheel and accelerated in reverse, something he'd practiced 1,000 times in the depot, but never on a crowded street. The bus's back end clipped a parked car, crumpling its front bumper. He shifted to drive and turned down a side street. "We're trapped," Teresa said. "If the main roads are blocked—" Then we find another way. But over the next hour, every route out of the city proved impassable. Route 44 West, gridlocked. Route 4 North, a massive pileup. Side roads through Bloomfield, congested with fleeing residents. The highways had become parking lots of abandoned vehicles and wandering infected. The radio still functioned, switching between stations as signals came and went. What he heard painted a picture of total collapse. New Haven was lost, completely overrun. Bridgeport, Waterbury, New Britain, all reporting outbreaks. The National Guard had been mobilized but was retreating from population centers after suffering heavy casualties. The governor was broadcasting from an undisclosed location, urging calm while everything burned. By noon, Silas had burned through a quarter tank of fuel driving in circles around Hartford, searching for an escape route that didn't exist. The city had become a maze with no exit, every path blocked by either stalled traffic or surging crowds of infected. He parked the bus in the lot of an abandoned grocery store on Park Street, engine idling. Teresa sat in the seat behind him, crying softly. Neither of them had spoken in 20 minutes. "We need food," he finally said. "Water. The bus has a half tank of diesel, but that won't last forever. We need supplies." "We brought supplies." "Not enough. Not if we're stuck here." She wiped her eyes. "So we just stay? Wait for someone to rescue us?" He looked at her in the rearview mirror. "I don't think anyone's coming." The words hung heavy between them. The radio crackled with another emergency broadcast. Quarantine zones being established. Military personnel authorized to use lethal force. Do not attempt to breach the perimeter. "They're walling us in," Silas said, "trying to contain the outbreak. We're on the wrong side of that wall." Teresa moved to the front, sitting in the wheelchair-accessible seat nearest him. She took his hand, hers cold despite the warm day. "Then what do we do?" "Survive, however long it takes." He shut off the engine to conserve fuel. The grocery store's front windows had been smashed, glass glittering on the pavement. The door hung open. Inside, he could see overturned shelves and scattered products, signs of looting, but maybe not completely picked clean. "Stay on the bus," he told Teresa. "Lock the door behind me. If anything happens, if I don't come back in 15 minutes, drive away." "I don't know how to drive a bus." "You won't need to. Just release the brake and let it roll. Get away from here." "Silas, just promise me." She nodded, tears starting again. He kissed her hard, trying to pour everything he felt into that moment. Love, fear, determination, apology for bringing her into this nightmare. He stepped off the bus with his pry bar in hand. The air outside smelled like smoke and gasoline and that same chemical meat stench he'd first encountered on the woman passenger. Death had a smell, he'd learned. It clung to everything now. The grocery store's interior was dim, lit only by emergency lighting. Silas moved cautiously between aisles, stepping over broken bottles and crushed boxes. The looters had taken most of the obvious things: bread, water, canned goods. But they'd missed items hidden behind other products or in less obvious locations. He found a case of bottled water shoved under a bottom shelf. 4 cans of soup rolled behind an overturned display. A box of granola bars, crushed but salvageable. He moved quickly, loading items into a shopping cart, grabbing anything with calories and a long shelf life. In the back, near the pharmacy, he heard movement. Shuffling footsteps, that distinctive wrong-sounding gait. He froze, pry bar raised. A figure emerged from the pharmacy area, a store employee still wearing her red vest, name tag reading Amanda. Half her face had been torn away, exposing teeth and bone. One eye dangled from its socket, swinging as she moved. She saw him, and her remaining eye fixed on him with hungry purpose. Amanda lurched forward, arms outstretched. Silas waited until she was within range, then swung the pry bar like a baseball bat. The metal connected with her temple with a wet crunch. She collapsed, limbs twitching, that moaning sound rattling in what remained of her throat. He hit her again and again, until she stopped moving, until he was certain. His hands shook. His breath came in gasps. He'd killed 2 people today, 2 former people, 2 things wearing human faces. The distinction should have mattered more than it did. He found a first aid kit in the pharmacy, mostly intact, grabbed bottles of aspirin, antibiotics, bandages, added them to the cart and wheeled it toward the front, moving faster now, awareness prickling at his neck. More sounds from deeper in the store, moaning, shuffling, multiple sources. The infected had better hearing than he'd thought, drawn by the noise of his fight with Amanda. He abandoned the cart and ran, clutching the pry bar and as many items as he could carry. 3 of them emerged from a side aisle as he reached the front. A teenage boy with a skateboard still strapped to his back, a woman in yoga clothes, a man in a mechanic's uniform, name patch reading Luis. All 3 moved with that terrible coordination, drawn by the sight and sound of living prey. Silas didn't try to fight. He sprinted for the exit, items dropping from his arms. Behind him, the infected gave chase, their footsteps slapping wetly on the linoleum. He burst through the broken front window, glass crunching under his boots. The bus sat exactly where he'd left it. Door closed, Teresa's face pressed to the glass. He ran to the door and pounded on it. "Open! Open up!" The door hissed apart. He threw himself up the steps as the 3 infected reached the bus. Teresa slammed the door control and it sealed shut just as hands began beating against the glass. "Go! Go!" she shouted. Silas fired up the engine. The teenage boy had climbed onto the front bumper, clawing at the windshield, his face pressed against the glass. Silas could see individual teeth in the boy's open mouth, count the broken capillaries in his eyes. He hit the gas. The bus lurched forward and the boy fell, disappearing under the front wheels. That horrible double thump again. Silas kept driving, hands locked on the wheel, mind disconnecting from what his body was doing. They drove aimlessly through Hartford streets while the sun climbed toward noon. The city transformed around them, minute by minute, neighborhood by neighborhood. Places Silas had driven past thousands of times became unrecognizable. Buildings burning, bodies in the streets, crashed cars blocking intersections, and everywhere, the infected. They weren't just the recent victims anymore. Some had been gone long enough that decay had set in. Skin grayed and sloughed off, limbs bent at impossible angles from broken bones. One crawled on its belly, both legs crushed, dragging itself forward with its arms. Another walked in circles, its head twisted backward, navigating by sound alone. The infection seemed to reanimate the dead, regardless of the damage they'd sustained. As long as the brain remained mostly intact, the body kept moving, kept hunting. The ones missing large portions of their heads were the only ones that stayed down. Around 3 p.m., Silas spotted a parking garage on Pearl Street. 4 stories, concrete construction, narrow entrance, defensible. He turned the bus into the entrance ramp, scraping its sides on the walls but making it through. He spiraled up to the 3rd level where the roof provided cover, but they weren't trapped on the top floor. The level was empty except for 2 cars, both abandoned. No infected in sight. He parked the bus in the corner with its back to the wall, angled so he could see the ramp approach. "We'll stay here tonight," he said. "Figure out our next move." Teresa hadn't spoken since they'd left the grocery store. She sat motionless in her seat, staring at nothing. When he touched her shoulder, she flinched. "Hey, look at me." He knelt beside her seat. "We're safe. For now, we're safe." "That boy, you ran over that boy. He was already dead. He was someone's son. He was..." Her voice broke. "God, Silas, what's happening to us?" He had no answer. What was happening to them, to everyone? 24 hours ago, his biggest concern had been the sagging driver's seat and remembering to buy milk. Now he was killing teenagers and stealing food and hiding in a parking garage while the world ended around them. "I don't know," he finally said, "but we're still alive. That has to mean something." They ate granola bars and drank water from the bottles he'd salvaged. The sun angled lower, painting the city in amber light. From their vantage point, they could see across downtown Hartford, smoke rising from multiple fires, the skyline punctuated by dark buildings with shattered windows. No sirens, no helicopter traffic, no signs of organized response. The radio had gone mostly silent. Only one station still broadcast, an emergency alert system repeating the same message: "This is not a test. The outbreak has not been contained. Remain in your homes. Do not attempt to evacuate. Military forces are establishing secure zones. Wait for further instructions." Instructions that would never come. Silas understood that now. Whatever the government's plan had been, it had failed. The infection spread too fast, killed too quickly, reanimated the dead too reliably. No quarantine could hold, no evacuation could move people faster than the spread. New Haven had fallen in hours. A city of 130,000 people, gone. The infection reached Hartford by mid-morning, and by afternoon, the capital itself was lost. By tomorrow, it would be Waterbury, Meriden, New Britain. By next week, all of Connecticut. The mathematics were simple and terrible. Night fell. The city below went dark as the power grid failed sector by sector. Lights blinked out in expanding patterns, darkness claiming the streets. Occasional fires provided the only illumination, creating islands of flickering orange in an ocean of black. Silas and Teresa made beds of sorts in the bus, using the blankets they'd brought. The seats weren't comfortable, but comfort had become a luxury of the past. They lay close together, her head on his chest, listening to the sounds filtering up from the streets. Moaning, constant, overlapping moaning. Hundreds, thousands of voices creating a choir of hunger and mindless purpose, punctuated by screams when they found prey, crashes as they stumbled into obstacles, the acoustic architecture of societal collapse. "Do you think anyone made it out?" Teresa whispered. "Maybe." People in the suburbs, rural areas. The infection started in New Haven, so anyone north or east might have had time. "Your sister in Vermont?" "Yeah, hope so." "My parents in Florida. They're probably fine." "This is a Northeast problem." He said it with more confidence than he felt. If the infection could spread from New Haven to Hartford in hours, how long until it reached Boston? New York? The interstate system connected everything, and the infected seemed drawn to movement and sound. They'd follow the highways like rivers, spreading to every population center. "We should sleep," he said. "Take turns keeping watch." "I won't be able to sleep." But exhaustion claimed her within minutes, her breathing slowing into the rhythm of unconsciousness. Silas lay awake, watching the darkness outside, seeing movement in every shadow. His mind wouldn't stop replaying the day, the woman on the bus, her transformation, the children fleeing the school, Amanda's dangling eye, the boy on the skateboard, his face pressed against the windshield. These images would stay with him forever, he knew, carved into his memory like scars. The before and after of his life had been drawn with violent clarity. Yesterday, he'd been a bus driver worrying about lower back pain and grocery lists. Today, he was something else. What exactly, he didn't yet know. He dozed fitfully, startling awake at every sound. When gray dawn light finally filtered into the garage, he felt no more rested than the night before. Teresa woke slowly, disoriented, and for a moment she looked at their surroundings with confusion before memory crashed back. He watched the hope drain from her eyes as she remembered. "We need to take stock," Silas said, forcing himself into motion. "Figure out what we have, what we need." They inventoried their supplies. 2 gallons of water, maybe 5 meals worth of food, the first aid kit, his tools, their phones with diminishing battery, a single flashlight. Not enough. Not nearly enough if they were going to survive more than a few days. "The bus has half a tank of diesel," he added. "Maybe 200 miles worth if we're conservative." Where would we go? He'd been thinking about that all night. Somewhere remote. A farm, maybe, or one of the state forests. Somewhere we can hole up, find clean water, maybe hunt or forage. You don't know how to hunt? I'll learn. The absurdity of it struck him. A 50-year-old bus driver who'd spent his entire adult life in Hartford, suddenly planning to become a wilderness survivalist. But what choice did they have? Stay in the city and die, or run and maybe live a little longer? By mid-morning, they ventured out, Silas driving slowly through the garage and back down to street level. The entrance ramp was clear, but the street beyond held horrors. Bodies everywhere, some moving, some not. The infected wandered without apparent purpose when they had no prey to pursue, bumping into cars and buildings, falling and rising again. He navigated carefully, trying to avoid making noise. The bus's diesel engine was loud, but not as piercing as a horn or alarm. Most of the infected showed no reaction as he passed, their senses apparently dimmed when not actively hunting. They headed east, away from the dense urban core toward Hartford's industrial areas. He had vague plans to find a warehouse, maybe one of the big box stores on the city's outskirts, somewhere they could scavenge more supplies. Route 2 ran along the Connecticut River, and he took the entrance ramp, hoping the highway might be clearer than surface streets. It wasn't. The backup stretched for miles, bumper-to-bumper gridlock of abandoned cars. But the shoulder was mostly clear, and he used the bus's bulk to force a path, scraping past vehicles, pushing smaller cars out of the way. The infected had found the highway. They wandered between cars, drawn by the occasional survivor still trapped in vehicles. Silas watched a family of 3, parents and a daughter maybe 10 years old, huddled in an SUV surrounded by infected who beat on the windows and doors. The glass was cracking. It wouldn't hold much longer. "We have to help them," Teresa said. "We can't—" "Silas, we can't save everyone." His words from yesterday echoing back. "We'd have to open the bus doors. We'd have to let them on. And how do we know one of them isn't infected? How do we know they won't turn in an hour and kill us both?" She stared at him, and he saw the moment she understood what he'd become, or what survival was turning him into. Someone who could drive past a terrified child because saving her might endanger himself. Someone who calculated the value of lives in terms of risk and resource expenditure. "That's not you," she said quietly. "You're not that person. I am now." But he stopped the bus. God help him, he stopped. Because she was right. If he could drive past that little girl without trying, then he'd lost something essential. Better to die human than live as something else. He grabbed the pry bar and looked at Teresa. "Stay here. Lock the doors. If things go bad, drive away. I told you I can't—" "You can. Release the brake, put it in drive, press the gas. That's all you need." He stepped off the bus before she could argue further. The family was maybe 50 yards ahead, their SUV surrounded by a dozen infected. The creatures sensed him immediately, several turning away from the vehicle to fix their attention on this new prey. Silas walked forward slowly, pry bar ready. His heart hammered, but his hands stayed steady. 23 years of dealing with aggressive passengers had taught him to project calm even when terrified. Act like you're in control, and sometimes reality followed. The nearest infected was a businessman, suit torn and filthy, briefcase still clutched in one hand. His throat had been torn out, but he'd reanimated anyway, the wound gaping like a second mouth. He came at Silas with arms outstretched, that distinctive moan bubbling from his ruined throat. Silas waited until the last moment, then sidestepped and swung. The pry bar caught the man in the temple, and he went down hard, didn't get back up. The others noticed. 4 of them broke away from the SUV and converged on him. He backed toward the bus, trying to draw them away from the family. Teresa had opened the door and was yelling at him, fear making her voice crack. He stood his ground. Let them come. When the first, a woman in a nurse's uniform, got close enough, he swung. The pry bar shattered her jaw. She fell back but kept coming, crawling on all 4s. He hit her again, caving in the side of her skull. The other 3 reached him together. He swung wild, keeping them at bay but landing no solid hits. They crowded him, forcing him back against a car. Hands grabbed his jacket. Teeth snapped inches from his face. He smelled their rot, felt their diseased breath. The bus horn blared, startling them for just a second. Just long enough. Silas broke free and ran, the infected pursuing. He led them in a circle back toward the bus, and as he ran past, Teresa closed the door, sealing him outside with the things. Number, not sealed outside. She'd bought him time. The infected had turned to follow him, abandoning the SUV. The family's father was already climbing out, helping his daughter from the back seat, his wife following. They ran for their own door as Silas turned to face his pursuers. 3 infected, 1 pry bar. Bad odds, but not impossible. He set his feet and waited. The first one reached him, a teenage girl in a fast food uniform. He brought the pry bar down on top of her head. The skull cracked, but she kept coming, hands clawing at his chest. He hit her again, harder, driving her to her knees. A third blow ended her. The other 2 were on him before he could recover. A heavy man, over 200 pounds, tackled him to the pavement. The pry bar skittered away. Silas hit the ground hard enough to see stars. The man's weight pinned him, his mouth gaping wide, strings of bloody saliva dripping onto Silas's face. Silas got his forearm under the man's chin, holding that mouth away from his throat. His muscles screamed. The man's teeth snapped together repeatedly, each click sounding like bones breaking. The third infected, an elderly woman, grabbed his leg, trying to pull it into her mouth. Something wet splashed across his vision. The heavy man jerked and went slack. Silas shoved the body away to see the family's father standing over him, fire extinguisher in hand, the man's skull crushed to pulp. Together they dispatched the elderly woman, the father swinging the extinguisher while Silas retrieved his pry bar. When it was done, they stood panting among the bodies. "Thank you," the father gasped. "Jesus Christ, thank you." Silas nodded, unable to speak. His arms shook with adrenaline come down. He looked toward the SUV where the mother held her daughter, both of them crying. Looked at the bus where Teresa watched with wide eyes. "Come on," Silas managed. "Get your family. Get on the bus." "Where are you going?" "Away from here. That's all I know." The father hesitated, looking at his SUV, then back at his wife and daughter, making calculations. Their vehicle was trapped in the gridlock. The bus offered mobility, but trusting strangers in this new world carried its own risks. "We have some food," the father said. "Water, we can contribute. Then come on." They gathered their supplies quickly, loading bags onto the bus. The father's name was Robert, his wife, Patricia. Their daughter, Emma, who couldn't stop crying. Silas couldn't blame her. She'd watched things that would haunt her forever, assuming she lived long enough to have a forever. Driving with passengers felt both familiar and alien. He'd spent decades ferrying strangers through Hartford, but this was different. These people's lives depended on his decisions now, not just their commute time. The weight of that responsibility settled onto his shoulders like a physical thing. He continued east on Route 2, pushing the bus through the automotive graveyard. Robert sat behind him, offering occasional direction. He worked in IT, lived in East Hartford, knew the area well. Together, they plotted a route that might avoid the worst congestion. "There's a Costco warehouse off Main Street," Robert said. "Big, concrete building. If we could get inside, There'd be supplies for months. Probably picked clean by now. Maybe. But it's worth checking. The detour took them through residential East Hartford, streets lined with small houses and apartment complexes. Many showed signs of chaos: broken windows, open doors, bodies on lawns. But the area seemed less densely populated with infected than downtown. Maybe most residents had fled early, headed for the highways before those became death traps. The Costco sat in a plaza off Silver Lane, its massive warehouse visible from the road. The parking lot held dozens of cars, some crashed, some abandoned cleanly. The entrance doors had been shattered, glass covering the pavement, but the building looked structurally intact. Silas parked the bus near the entrance, angling it for quick escape if needed. The five of them stared at the dark opening, each weighing the risks. "I'll go," Robert said. "It's my idea." "We'll both go," Silas countered. "Teresa, Patricia, you stay with Emma. Lock the doors. If we're not back in 30 minutes, we know," Teresa said. "Drive away." The interior of the Costco was a cavern of shadows, lit only by emergency exit signs and whatever daylight filtered through skylights. Silas and Robert moved carefully, flashlights cutting through the gloom. Their footsteps echoed off the high ceiling. The place had been thoroughly looted. Shelves toppled, products scattered, shopping carts overturned. The front section, electronics, clothing, seasonal items, was picked clean. They moved deeper toward the food section. Bodies lay scattered throughout. Most had been trampled during the initial panic. Others showed signs of infection: bite marks, torn throats, the distinctive gray pallor. Whether they'd reanimate was anyone's guess. Some infection victims rose again quickly. Others took hours. Silas kept his pry bar ready. They found the food section in similar disarray, but Robert's instinct had been correct. The sheer volume of inventory meant looters couldn't take everything. They discovered cases of water bottles hidden under collapsed shelving, canned goods rolled into corners, bags of rice and beans crushed but salvageable, even some medical supplies in the pharmacy section. They worked quickly, loading supplies into shopping carts. Robert grabbed batteries, flashlights, first aid items. Silas focused on food and water, calculating how much 5 people needed per day, how long their supplies might last. A sound stopped them both. That distinctive shuffling gait. Coming from deeper in the warehouse, from the direction of the cold storage and loading docks. Multiple sources drawing closer. "Time to go," Silas said quietly. They pushed their loaded carts toward the entrance. The shuffling grew louder, accompanied now by moaning. Flashlight beams revealed movement in the shadows, figures emerging from the warehouse depths, drawn by the sound of wheels on concrete. Silas and Robert abandoned stealth for speed, running with the carts, supplies bouncing and falling. The infected gave chase, their numbers growing. What had seemed like 3 or 4 became a dozen, then more, pouring from aisles and side passages. The warehouse had been full of them, hiding in the darkness, waiting. They burst into daylight and sprinted for the bus. Teresa already had the door open, engine running. They threw supplies aboard and scrambled up the steps. Infected hands grabbed at Robert's jacket, but Silas pulled him free. The door slammed shut and Silas was moving before he reached the driver's seat, the bus lurching forward as he dove into position. The infected surrounded them, beating on the doors and windows. Silas accelerated hard, the bus's momentum pushing through the crowd, bodies falling under wheels or bouncing off the front bumper. The sounds, flesh and bone crunching under tons of moving metal, had become normal. That was perhaps the most horrifying thing, how quickly the unthinkable became routine. They drove north now, following Robert's suggestion to head toward rural Connecticut. The agricultural towns, the small villages, places where population density measured in hundreds instead of thousands. Places they might survive. The bus held their salvaged supplies: 3 cases of water bottles, maybe 40 cans of food, batteries, basic medical supplies, some blankets, and a camping stove Robert had grabbed, enough for perhaps 2 weeks if they rationed carefully. After that, they'd figure something out, or they wouldn't. Route 44 took them through Bolton, Coventry, Willington. The town showed increasing signs of abandonment. Cars in driveways, doors left open, but few bodies. The infection had hit these areas later, given residents time to flee. Where they'd fled to, Silas couldn't guess. Probably died on the highways like everyone else. Near Willington, Robert spotted a farmhouse set back from the road. 2 stories, white with green shutters, barn and outbuildings scattered around the property. No vehicles visible, no signs of life. Silas turned down the long driveway, ready to reverse at the first sign of infected. The place appeared deserted. He parked the bus near the house, and they cautiously explored. The front door stood open. Inside, the house showed signs of hasty departure. Dishes in the sink, TV still on, suitcases half-packed in the master bedroom. The family had fled quickly, taking only essentials. But they'd left behind a treasure trove, a full pantry, a working well for water, firewood stacked for winter, tools in the barn, even some firearms, a hunting rifle and a shotgun with 2 boxes of shells. The owners had been preparing for something, maybe not this exactly, but general hard times. Their preparation became Silas's salvation. They moved their supplies into the house, then covered the bus with a tarp from the barn. The diesel engine was too loud, too distinctive. They'd save it for emergencies. That first night in the farmhouse, they sat around the kitchen table and ate a proper meal. Canned soup heated on the camping stove, crackers, even some jam they'd found. Emma spoke for the first time since the highway, asking when they could go home. No one had a good answer. Silas took first watch, sitting on the front porch with the shotgun across his knees. The Connecticut countryside spread around him, fields and forest, the landscape he'd driven past his whole life, but never really seen. It looked peaceful under the stars. Beautiful, even. Hard to believe the world was ending out here in the quiet dark. Teresa joined him after putting Emma to bed in one of the upstairs rooms. She sat close, her presence a comfort against the vast uncertainty. "How long do you think we can stay here?" she asked. "I don't know. Depends on how far the infection spreads, how bad winter gets, whether other survivors find this place." "You think there are others?" "Has to be. This is a big country, millions of people in rural areas, small towns. They'll survive." "For how long?" He didn't answer. The question was too big, too terrible. For how long could humanity survive when the dead hunted the living? How long before everyone was infected or killed? How long before the last survivor died alone, surrounded by millions of shambling corpses? "We'll take it one day at a time," he finally said. "That's all we can do." The days developed a rhythm. Silas and Robert would venture out in pairs, scavenging nearby houses and farms for supplies. They found clothes, more food, tools, books, anything that might prove useful. They also found bodies, some reanimated, some not. Each encounter required a terrible calculus. Put them down or leave them wandering. Emma needed routine to stay sane, so Patricia homeschooled her using books from the farmhouse, math problems and grammar lessons while the world died outside. The absurdity of it felt almost comforting, life continuing in small ways. Teresa organized the kitchen, rationing food, planning meals. Her insurance job had taught her spreadsheet thinking, and she applied it now to survival logistics. They had enough food for 6 weeks, she calculated. After that, they'd need to farm or hunt. Robert had some gardening knowledge. Silas had watched enough hunting shows on TV to have vague ideas about deer and turkey. Neither felt qualified, but necessity would teach them. They fortified the farmhouse, boarding windows, reinforcing doors, establishing watch rotations. The barn became their fallback position, with supplies cached there in case they had to flee the main house. Always have an exit plan. His bus driving philosophy applied. 3 days into their farm routine, another survivor arrived. A man in his 30s, gaunt and filthy, walking down the road with a baseball bat and a desperate look. They almost shot him before realizing he was alive, not infected. His name was Tom, and he'd walked from Manchester 12 miles south. His story was familiar by now, trapped in his apartment when the outbreak hit, hiding while the infected overran his building, finally escaping when they'd moved on to other prey. He'd been living on vending machine snacks and pond water. They let him in, fed him, gave him a place to sleep in the barn. He wept with gratitude and exhaustion, his body finally able to rest after days of terror. But Tom's arrival brought questions. How many other survivors wandered the countryside? Would they all be grateful refugees, or would some be desperate enough to kill for food and shelter? How did you build trust when society had collapsed? The answer came 6 days later. Silas was on morning watch, sitting in the upstairs window with the rifle, when he spotted movement on the road. A group of 8 people, armed with various weapons, moving with purpose toward the farm. They'd clearly spotted the signs of habitation. Smoke from the chimney, the covered bus, the boarded windows that showed someone was actively defending this location. He woke the others quickly, and they gathered in the kitchen, debating options. Maybe they just want to trade, Patricia suggested. Or they're looking for shelter. Maybe, Robert said. Or maybe they want what we have. Tom, who'd been with them less than a week, said, "You don't survive this long by being nice. Trust me." The group stopped at the end of the driveway. A woman in front, 40s, hard-looking, called out, "We know you're in there. We don't want trouble, just want to talk." Silas moved to an upper window where he could see without being exposed. "Talk from there," he shouted back. "We've been scavenging the area. Noticed someone's living here. Thought maybe we could work together, share supplies, security. We're good. Thanks for the offer. You're 5 people in a farmhouse with winter coming. We're 8. Together, we'd have better odds. Or you'd have our supplies and we'd be dead. Thanks anyway." The woman's expression hardened. "Don't be stupid. You can't hold this place with 5 people. We're doing fine." She turned to her group, speaking quietly. Then, louder, "We'll give you until tomorrow to reconsider. After that, we'll come back and take what we need. Your choice whether we do it friendly or not." They walked away, disappearing into the tree line. But Silas knew they hadn't gone far. They'd camp somewhere nearby, watch the farm, wait for opportunity. "We need to leave," Teresa said. "No." Robert's voice was firm. "We leave and they follow. Take everything, plus we lose our shelter. We make a stand here." "With what? 5 people against 8? You want Emma to see her parents die fighting over canned soup?" The argument escalated, fear and stress making everyone sharp. Finally, Silas said, "We don't have to fight. We just have to make them think twice about the cost." They spent the day preparing. Silas and Tom moved supplies to the barn, creating a cached fallback position. Robert rigged noisemakers, pots and pans strung on wire around the property perimeter, a crude alarm system. They stacked furniture against doors, prepared weapons, reviewed their defensive plan. The attack came at 2 a.m. Silas woke to the clatter of noisemakers, then gunfire. He grabbed the shotgun and ran to his assigned window. Below, figures moved through the yard, trying to approach the house under cover of darkness. He fired through the window, aiming high, warning shots. The figures scattered. More gunfire answered, bullets splintering the window frame. He dropped and rolled away. From other windows, Robert and Tom returned fire with the rifle and pistol they'd found. The muzzle flashes strobed the darkness. The noise was deafening, terrifying. Emma screamed from wherever Patricia and Teresa had hidden her. The attackers had Molotov cocktails. The first one hit the front porch, flames spreading fast across the old wood. Another crashed through a downstairs window. fire blossoming in the living room. Smoke filled the house within minutes. "Barn!" Silas shouted. "Everyone to the barn!" They fled out the back, running through smoke and chaos. Bullets kicked up dirt around their feet. One of the attackers stepped from behind the garage and Robert shot him. Center mass, the man falling with a scream. They reached the barn and barricaded themselves inside. The farmhouse burned behind them, flames reaching into the night sky. Silas is home for 8 days, going up in smoke along with most of their supplies. The attackers didn't pursue into the barn. Maybe the cost had become too high. At least one dead, possibly more wounded. Maybe they'd gotten what they wanted, driving the residents out so they could claim the property. Or maybe they were simply regrouping, preparing for another assault. The 5 of them, Silas, Teresa, Robert, Patricia, Emma, and Tom, huddled in the barn loft with what supplies they'd managed to cache. They'd lost the house, most of their food, their comfortable shelter. But they were alive. "We leave at dawn," Robert said. "Head further north." No one argued. This place was compromised. Every survivor in the area now knew it existed and would either want to share it or take it. Staying meant constant warfare over resources. Better to run, find somewhere more remote. They loaded the bus as first light broke. The farmhouse was a smoking ruin, still burning in places. Bodies lay in the yard. 2 from the attacking group, killed in the firefight. Silas felt nothing looking at them. Not regret, not satisfaction. Just numbness. They drove north through Stafford into Massachusetts. The bus ran smoothly despite not being driven for over a week. Say what you want about municipal vehicle maintenance, they built these things tough. The landscape grew more rural, more forested. Small towns appeared and disappeared. Some showed signs of infection, others seemed merely abandoned. They avoided anywhere with population density, sticking to back roads and farm routes. Near Palmer, Massachusetts, the bus coughed, sputtered. The engine died. Silas coasted to the shoulder and tried to restart. Nothing. The fuel gauge read empty. They'd used the last of the diesel. "End of the line," he said. They gathered what they could carry: food, water, weapons, the camping stove. Maybe 50 pounds per person. The rest they had to leave. Emma cried about leaving her stuffed rabbit. Patricia comforted her daughter while throwing Silas a look of pure exhaustion. They walked north, following Route 20. The October air carried a chill, promise of winter. They'd need to find shelter soon. Real shelter with heat and security. Walking through the wilderness in winter would kill them as surely as the infected. By afternoon, Robert's ankle gave out. Old injury from college basketball, aggravated by days of running and fighting. He tried to walk it off, but within an hour he was limping badly, slowing them all down. "Leave me," he said. "Take Patricia and Emma. Keep moving." "Shut up," Silas told him. "We're not leaving anyone." But the mathematics were cruel. They were making maybe 2 miles an hour with Robert's injury. Winter was coming. Food would run out. The weak would die first, then the rest would follow. They found shelter in an abandoned church just before dark. White clapboard building, steeple tilted at an angle, cemetery out back. The doors stood open. Inside, pews had been pushed aside, turned into barricades. Someone had sheltered here before, recently judging by fresh supplies. Blankets, canned food, water jugs. "Hello?" Silas called. No answer. They searched carefully, found no one, living or dead. Whoever had been here had moved on, leaving their cash behind. Gift from God, Patricia called it. Tom called it luck. Silas called it temporary reprieve. They built a fire in the church's wood stove, ate a warm meal, tried to sleep. Emma asked when this would be over, when they could go home. Patricia lied and said soon. Teresa cried silently, thinking Silas couldn't hear. Robert stared at nothing, cradling his injured ankle. Tom took first watch. Silas dozed in a pew, the shotgun across his chest. He dreamed of driving his bus through Hartford's morning streets, passengers boarding with coffee and newspapers, everyone complaining about traffic and weather, normal problems from a normal world that no longer existed. He woke to screaming. The church doors had burst open. The infected poured through, dozens of them, drawn by the smoke from their fire. Tom was trying to fight them off with his baseball bat, but there were too many. They pulled him down, tearing into him while he shrieked. Silas grabbed Emma and ran for the back exit. The others followed. Behind them, Tom's screams cut off abruptly. They burst into the cemetery, running between headstones while the infected pursued. Patricia tripped over a low grave marker and went down hard. Robert tried to help her up, but his ankle gave out. The infected were on them in seconds, pulling them down, teeth finding flesh. Silas ran. God forgive him, he ran. Clutching Emma with one arm, pulling Teresa with his other hand, the shotgun lost somewhere behind them. He ran through the cemetery and into the woods beyond while Patricia and Robert died screaming. They stumbled through darkness for hours. Emma had gone silent, shock setting in. Teresa sobbed breathlessly. Silas pushed forward on autopilot, his mind disconnected from his body, unable to process what had happened. Just yesterday, they'd been 7 people with a plan, with hope. Now they were 3. Robert, Patricia, Tom, dead. Probably reanimating right now, adding 3 more to the infected horde. By dawn, they reached a highway, Route 90, the Massachusetts Turnpike. It stretched in both directions, packed with abandoned cars but no visible infected. Silas sat on a guardrail, completely spent. His legs shook, his lungs burned. His mind felt scraped raw. Emma finally spoke. "Mommy?" Teresa pulled the girl close. "Your mommy and daddy loved you very much. Where are they?" They're gone, sweetie. They're gone." Emma understood. Children always understood more than adults wanted to believe. She began crying in earnest, great heaving sobs that came from somewhere deep and essential. Teresa cried with her, the two of them clinging to each other. Silas stood and looked down the highway. They needed shelter, food, water, all the basics, all over again. But now they were just 3, including a traumatized 10-year-old. Their chances had gone from slim to almost nothing. "We keep moving," he said. "We find somewhere safe." "There is nowhere safe," Teresa said flatly. "Then we keep moving until we're dead." That's the choice. They walked west, following the highway. The morning sun revealed the true scale of the exodus. Thousands of cars abandoned over miles of road. Some had run out of gas, others had crashed. Most had simply stopped when their drivers realized the highway led nowhere but deeper into chaos. They passed bodies constantly, some freshly dead, some reduced to bones. The infection had swept through here like a wave, drowning everyone in its path. Massachusetts had fallen just like Connecticut, probably within hours of each other. The entire Northeast was gone. Around noon, Emma collapsed. Exhaustion and grief and shock catching up. She couldn't walk anymore, just sat on the pavement crying. Silas picked her up, carrying her on his back. She weighed maybe 70 pounds but felt like 1,000. They found a rest stop around 3 p.m. The building had been thoroughly looted, but they found a bathroom with running water, some tank system still working despite the power being out. They drank deeply, filled their bottles, let Emma rest. Teresa pulled Silas aside. "How long? How long what? How long can we do this? Carrying a child, walking until we die? I don't know. We can't make it, Silas. Emma needs stability, safety. We're just wandering." "You want to stop? Find a building and wait?" "I want to survive. I want Emma to survive." "Then we keep moving. Find somewhere remote. Build something." "With what?" "We have nothing. No tools, no shelter, no plan." She was right, and he knew it. They were dead people walking, just too stupid to lie down yet. But what else could they do? Giving up meant dying immediately. Walking meant dying slightly slower. Not much of a choice, but it was all they had. They spent the night in the rest stop, taking turns on watch. Infected wandered past on the highway but showed no interest in the building. Maybe they'd learned that structures were unlikely to hold prey. Maybe their senses were degrading as they decayed. Whatever the reason, the night passed quietly. By the third day of walking, Emma developed a fever. They had no medicine, no way to help her. She grew weaker by the hour, unable to keep down water. Teresa carried her sometimes. Silas carried her sometimes. They alternated, both of them exhausted, both watching the girl fade. On the fourth day, Emma died. They were crossing through Springfield when it happened. Emma had been unconscious most of the morning. Around noon, walking down a suburban street lined with dead leaves and abandoned cars, she simply stopped breathing. One moment alive, the next gone. Teresa screamed, dropped to her knees, clutching Emma's body. Silas knelt beside them, checking for a pulse he knew he wouldn't find. The girl's skin had gone gray. Her eyes were half open, staring at nothing. "We have to bury her," Silas said gently. "No. Teresa, she's going to wake up. She has a fever, that's all. She needs rest." "She's gone." "No!" Teresa held Emma tighter, rocking back and forth. Silas tried to pull the body away, but she fought him, screaming incoherently. Finally, he stopped trying, just sat with her while she grieved. An hour passed. Emma's body began to twitch. Silas saw it first, the fingers curling, the jaw working. He grabbed Teresa and pulled her back as Emma's eyes opened, filmed over, dead. The girl sat up with jerky motions, that terrible wrong-jointed movement he'd seen so many times. "Run," he told Teresa. But she didn't run. She stood frozen, watching her adopted daughter of the past 2 weeks turn into a monster. Emma, that was lurched toward them, arms outstretched, mouth hanging open in hunger. Silas pulled Teresa back. Emma followed, moving with increasing coordination. Her small hands reached for them. Her teeth, baby teeth mixed with adult ones, snapped in anticipation. He picked up a loose brick from someone's yard and hit Emma in the head. The girl fell. He hit her again and again, until she stopped moving, until the thing wearing Emma's face was destroyed. Teresa vomited. Then she ran. Silas chased after her, catching her 2 blocks away where she'd collapsed against a car, sobbing uncontrollably. "I killed her," he said. "Not you, me. She was just a little girl. She was infected. She would have killed us. She was just a little girl." They sat together on the curb as afternoon faded to evening. Neither spoke. What was there to say? They'd failed to save Emma, just like they'd failed to save Robert and Patricia and Tom and everyone else. Failure was the only skill they'd perfected in this new world. Eventually, Silas stood. "We need shelter before dark." Teresa didn't respond, didn't move. He had to physically pull her to her feet. She walked like a zombie herself, going through the motions without awareness. They found a house with an unlocked door. Inside, it was surprisingly intact. The family had left in an orderly way, not fleeing panic. Beds were made, dishes were clean. A calendar on the wall marked October appointments that would never be kept. Silas barricaded the door and laid Teresa down on a couch. She stared at the ceiling, unresponsive. Shock, probably. The human mind could only take so much before it retreated somewhere safe. He explored the house, finding canned food in the pantry, bottled water in the garage. A gun safe in the master bedroom, locked, but he managed to break it open with tools from the basement. Inside, a .38 revolver and a box of ammunition. He loaded the gun and set it on the coffee table where Teresa could reach it. Then he sat in the armchair across from her and waited. For what? He wasn't sure. For her to come back to herself. For the infected to find them. For his own mind to finally break under the accumulated horror. Night fell. The house groaned and settled. Somewhere outside, the infected moaned their eternal hunger. Silas closed his eyes and tried to remember what normal felt like. Tried to recall the weight of the bus's steering wheel, the smell of diesel, the routine of his old life. It felt like remembering someone else's memories. That person, bus driver Silas, who worried about back pain and grocery lists, had died. This person, survivor Silas, who killed children and abandoned friends, was someone new, someone he didn't particularly like. "I want to go home," Teresa said quietly. He opened his eyes. She was looking at him now, tears streaming down her face. "West Hartford is gone," he said. "I don't care. I want to see our house, our bed, our things. I want to die in my own home." The request was insane. West Hartford was over 40 miles south, back through the heart of the outbreak zone. The city would be thick with infected. Their house was probably destroyed or occupied. Going back was suicide. "Okay," he said, because what did it matter? They were going to die anyway. Might as well die trying to do something that mattered to her. Might as well give her that comfort before the end. They left at dawn, carrying only the gun and a bottle of water. Everything else they abandoned. They walked south, retracing the path they'd taken north 2 weeks earlier. 2 weeks that felt like years. The journey took 3 days. They moved slowly, hiding from the infected, scavenging food where they found it. Teresa spoke little, moving in a haze of grief and resignation. Silas led the way, making decisions, keeping them alive through pure, stubborn momentum. By the time they reached Hartford, winter had truly arrived. The first snow fell, light flurries that made the ruins look almost beautiful. The city had become a necropolis. Buildings stood empty and dark. Streets were clogged with abandoned vehicles and bodies. The infected wandered everywhere, shambling through the snow. They navigated carefully, taking side streets, avoiding major roads. The infected seemed less active in the cold, moving slower, easier to evade. Maybe the freezing temperatures affected them. Or maybe there was simply less prey to excite them now that most of the living had died. West Hartford appeared less devastated than downtown, but only marginally. Their neighborhood stood quiet, houses dark, no signs of life. They approached their home cautiously. The blue shutters had been torn down, windows were broken. The front door hung open. Inside, their possessions had been ransacked, furniture overturned, drawers emptied, everything of value taken. Squatters or looters didn't matter, but it was still their home. The bedroom where they'd slept for 15 years, the kitchen where they'd eaten 1,000 meals, the bathroom where Teresa's shampoo still sat on the tub's edge. "I'm sorry," Silas said. "I should have gotten you out faster." "Should have known." "Stop." She touched his face. "You saved me. However long we had, you gave me that." They spent the night in their own bed, holding each other, pretending for a few hours that everything was normal. That morning would bring coffee and work and ordinary problems, that the world outside wasn't dead and dying. In the morning, Teresa said, "I don't want to keep running." "Then we won't." "I don't want to become one of them." He understood. He pulled the revolver from his pocket, checked the cylinder. 6 bullets. Enough. "Not yet," she said. "Give me one more day. One more day of being human." They spent that day doing nothing and everything. Walking through their neighborhood in the snow, holding hands like teenagers. Talking about their past, carefully avoiding any discussion of future. Making love in their bed, slow and tender and desperate. Eating the last of their canned food while sitting at their dining room table like civilized people. As evening came, they heard sounds from the street. The moaning of infected growing louder. A large group drawn by something. The sounds moved closer. Silas looked out the window. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, filling the street. They moved with collective purpose, drawn toward something, some sound or smell that triggered their predatory instinct, and they were surrounding the house. "We should go," he said. "No." Teresa's voice was calm. "This is where we stop." "Teresa, I'm done, Silas. I'm done running and hiding and watching people die. I'm done being afraid. Let's just stop." The infected reached the house, started beating on the doors and walls. The barricades Silas had put up earlier wouldn't hold long. He had maybe 5 minutes. "Use the gun," Teresa said. "Do it quick. Don't let me turn into one of them." His hands shook. "I can't." "You can. You have to." She kissed him. "I love you. I've loved you since we were 22. Thank you for 28 years. The front door splintered. The infected poured through. Silas raised the gun, tears blurring his vision, aimed at her head. His finger tightened on the trigger. "Now," she said. He pulled the trigger. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space. Teresa fell, instantly dead. No pain, no transformation, just gone. The infected were on the stairs. Silas could hear them coming, dozens of feet climbing toward the bedroom. He raised the gun to his own head. One bullet left, one way out, but his hand wouldn't obey. Survival instinct was too strong, screaming at him to run, hide, live. He lowered the gun and ran for the bedroom window, the window that led to the roof. He crashed through it, rolling onto the pitched surface. Below, infected filled the yard, reaching up for him. Behind, they poured through the bedroom, spotting him, changing direction to pursue. He ran across the roof, jumped to the neighboring house, kept moving. Behind him, some infected tried to follow and fell, splatting on the pavement below. But more kept coming, following his path by sound and sight. He dropped to the ground and ran through yards, through the neighborhood where he'd lived his whole adult life. The infected followed in a growing horde, their numbers swelling as others joined the chase. Bushnell Park. The thought came from nowhere. If he was going to die, let it be there. In the heart of Hartford, the park where he'd taken Teresa on their first date, where they'd had picnics on summer Sundays. Let his last sight be something meaningful. He ran south, the infected horde growing behind him. His lungs burned, his legs cramped. He was 50 years old, out of shape, exhausted from weeks of barely surviving. But fear and grief gave him strength for one last run. The park appeared ahead, its trees bare of leaves, paths covered in snow. He stumbled into the open space and fell to his knees, unable to run any further. The infected poured from every direction, converging on him like a wave. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Impossible. The networks had been down for weeks, but it buzzed again. He pulled it out with numb fingers, saw the notification, a text message, somehow delivered across dead networks by whatever cosmic joke the universe was playing. From Teresa's phone, sent 3 weeks ago, finally arriving now. "Don't forget we need milk. And can you grab bread? Love you." Followed by her message from that terrible first morning. "Are you seeing the news? They're saying stay inside. What's happening?" And finally, "Silas, answer me, please." He looked at the messages, at the record of that last normal day, at the moment when everything changed. Then he looked up at the infected surrounding him, closing in, hundreds of them blocking out the sky. He typed a final message, knowing no one would ever read it, needing to send it anyway. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry I wasn't enough. I loved you until the end." His finger hovered over the send button as teeth found his throat. The last thing Silas felt was his phone slipping from his hand. The last thing he saw was the first snowfall of winter covering Hartford in white, peaceful and quiet, beautiful enough to make him forget just for a second that the world had ended. The last thing he thought was that he'd tried. He'd tried so hard. It just hadn't been enough. The infected tore into him with hungry efficiency, and Silas stopped thinking anything at all. Hours later, when darkness covered the park and the temperature dropped below freezing, something wearing Silas's face rose from the blood-stained snow. It stood on unsteady legs, looked around with filmed eyes, and began walking with that wrong-jointed gait. The thing that had been Silas wandered south through Hartford, drawn by instinct toward New Haven where the infection began, where thousands of infected congregated in a mindless migration to nowhere. It walked past its abandoned bus still covered in its tarp, walked past the grocery store where it had killed its first infected, walked past all the familiar streets it had driven for 23 years, recognizing nothing, remembering nothing, just another corpse in a city of corpses. The snow fell heavier, covering the streets, covering the bodies, covering the evidence of humanity's final days. Winter had come to Connecticut, and in the spring, nothing would grow except silence. Now let's move on to the next story. The Monday evening shift started like every other at the Rusty Anchor, which meant the floor was already sticky from the afternoon crowd, and someone had vomited in the men's bathroom. Again. Carla wiped down the mahogany bar top with practiced efficiency, her forearm muscles flexing from 9 years of the same motion, circular sweeps, corner to corner, following the wood grain. The rag smelled like watered-down bleach and stale beer, a scent she'd long stopped noticing. In her back pocket, her phone buzzed. She didn't check it. Tips came from eye contact and quick pours, not from staring at screens. The dive bar occupied a narrow corner on Dauphine Street, 2 blocks off Bourbon, far enough from the main tourist crush to attract locals and the occasional lost couple who'd wandered too far looking for authentic New Orleans. The walls were covered in faded Mardi Gras posters from the 80s, their colors leached to pale purples and greens. A mounted sailfish hung above the beer taps, its paint chipped to reveal gray plaster underneath. The jukebox in the corner hadn't worked since Hurricane Katrina, but nobody had bothered to remove it. Red vinyl stools lined the bar, most with duct tape patches covering splits in the upholstery. Carla had turned 38 last month. Nobody at the bar had known except Tommy, the owner, who'd given her a free shift meal, shrimp po' boy from the kitchen that barely passed health code. Her dark hair was pulled back in a tight ponytail, showing the first threads of gray at her temples. She wore her standard uniform, black tank top, jeans worn soft at the knees, and non-slip work boots that had seen her through countless shifts. Her hands were calloused, nails trimmed short. No jewelry except a small silver cross her mother had given her before the cancer took her 6 years back. The first customers trickled in around 5:30. Gerald, who worked construction on the new hotel going up on Canal Street, ordered his usual Abita Amber. He sat at the far end, closest to the window, where he could watch people pass. His hands were scarred from decades of rough work, and he never talked much, just nodded, drank his beer, left exact change plus $2. Carla liked Gerald. He never caused problems. By 6, the bar had maybe 8 people scattered across the stools. Tommy was in the back office doing paperwork, which really meant doing a crossword puzzle and drinking the good whiskey he kept hidden behind the filing cabinet. The kitchen was closed. The cook had called in sick that morning, the 3rd time in 2 weeks. Carla suspected he'd found better work somewhere, maybe one of the fancy restaurants in the warehouse district that actually paid decent money. The television mounted above the liquor shelves was tuned to the local news, volume low. Carla watched it while she restocked glasses, half listening to the anchor discuss traffic on I-10 and preparations for the Saints game on Sunday. Normal things, boring things, the kind of things that made up normal life. Her phone buzzed again. This time she checked it. Her sister. "Still coming for dinner Thursday? I'm making that pasta thing you like." Carla smiled and typed back, "Yeah, bringing wine. The cheap stuff. Good. The kids want to see Aunt Carla. They miss you." 3 dots appeared then. "Love you too." Angelique lived across the river in Algiers, in a small house with her husband David and their 2 kids, 8-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. Carla tried to visit twice a month, usually on her days off. The drive wasn't long, maybe 20 minutes if traffic was decent, but the psychological distance felt greater. Algiers was quieter, more residential. Regular people living regular lives. Not like the Quarter, which pulsed with chaos and noise at all hours. Sometimes Carla thought about moving across the river, finding work at some quiet neighborhood bar where she'd know everyone's name and their regular orders. But the rent was cheaper in her studio apartment on Rampart Street, and she'd lived in the Quarter long enough that leaving felt like betrayal. This was her city, her neighborhood. She knew every street, every alley, every shortcut. The door opened and a group of 4 tourists entered. 2 couples, maybe mid-20s, already drunk from wherever they'd been before. The men wore t-shirts with crude slogans about hurricanes and daiquiris. The women had that glazed look of people who'd been drinking since noon. They claimed stools near the middle of the bar, loud and laughing. "What's good here?" one of the men asked. His face was sunburned, peeling across the nose. "Beer's cold," Carla said. "Whiskey's cheap. What are you drinking?" They ordered a round of Budweisers. Carla opened the bottles, set them on coasters, took their money. $20 tip on a $16 tab. Tourist money. She pocketed it without expression. "Y'all in town for anything special?" she asked because it was part of the job, the script she'd performed thousands of times. "Bachelor party," the sunburned one said. "My boy here's getting married in 2 weeks." The bachelor looked pale despite the heat outside, sweat beading on his forehead. He drank his beer in 3 long pulls, then ordered another immediately. His hands trembled slightly when he picked up the second bottle. "You feeling okay?" Carla asked. "Just tired," he said. "Been going hard since Friday." It was Monday. That was a long weekend, even by Quarter standards. The news switched to a different anchor, a younger woman with stiff hair and too much makeup. She was mid-sentence. "Authorities are still investigating the incident at Tulane University's biomedical research facility. Officials say no hazardous materials were released and the campus remains secure. Police are asking anyone with information about the suspects to call." Gerald, down at the end, grunted. "Terrorists now. Great." "What happened?" Carla asked, wiping a spill. "Didn't you hear? Some group broke into one of the research labs at Tulane this morning, set fires, stole equipment or something. They got away before police showed up." Carla glanced at the television. The news had moved on to weather, hot and humid, chance of afternoon storms, typical August in New Orleans. "Probably PETA," one of the tourists said. "Those animal rights people are crazy." "Or anti-vaxxers," his friend added. "Remember that thing in California?" Carla stopped listening. Bar conversations were all the same. People repeating things they half heard, forming opinions based on nothing. She'd learned years ago not to engage. Just nod, pour drinks, collect tips. By 7:30, the bar had filled to maybe 20 people. The bachelor party had moved to a table near the back, getting louder. One of them was trying to play darts but kept missing the board entirely, the darts clattering against the brick wall. Tommy finally emerged from the office, surveyed the crowd with his usual expression of mild disgust, then retreated again. He was 63 and counting down to retirement, though he'd been saying that for 5 years. Raymond came in around 8. Ray was a regular, mid-50s, worked maintenance for one of the big hotels on Canal. He had graying hair and a thick mustache, always wore a polo shirt with his company logo stitched over the pocket, drank Jack and Coke, 2-to-1 ratio, 3 cherries. He came in 4 nights a week, sat at the same stool second from the door, and usually stayed until midnight. Carla had known him for 7 years. He'd been there the night after her mother died, hadn't said much, just bought her a drink when her shift ended and squeezed her shoulder once. Good people still existed. Ray was proof. "Hey, darlin'," he said, settling onto his stool. "How's business?" "Steady. How are the kids?" "Good. Daughter's starting LSU next week, can't believe it." That's great, Ray. She poured his drink without asking, got the cherries right. First one's on me, for her. Appreciated. He sipped it, nodded approval. His eyes were slightly red, like he'd been rubbing them, probably allergies. August was bad for that. The bachelor party grew louder. One of them, not the groom, started arguing with another patron about something stupid, probably sports or politics. Carla moved closer, ready to cut them off if it escalated. This was part of the job she didn't mind. She'd broken up dozens of fights, knew how to read when someone was about to throw a punch, how to position herself to avoid getting hit. She kept a baseball bat under the bar, aluminum Louisville Slugger, and she'd used it twice. Once to scare off a guy who'd pulled a knife, once to actually hit someone who'd grabbed her ass and wouldn't let go. Tommy never questioned her methods. Good bartenders were hard to find. But the argument fizzled. The other patron walked away, muttering. Crisis averted. Her phone buzzed. Angelique again. Did you see the news about Tulane? Scary? Yeah, probably nothing. You know how they are. Still, lock your doors. Always do. She pocketed the phone and surveyed the bar. The tourists were settling down, their initial energy fading into the mellow stupor of people who'd been drinking all day. Ray nursed his drink, watching the Saints highlights on TV. Gerald had left, his empty bottle and exact change plus $2 sitting on the bar. A couple in the corner was making out, his hand up her shirt. Carla considered saying something, then decided she didn't care. Let them have their moment. The news cycled back to the Tulane story. Different anchor now, nighttime edition. Confirmed that 3 suspects entered the facility through a service entrance and remained inside for approximately 7 minutes before fleeing. University officials emphasized that no biological materials were taken and no pathogens were released. The facility houses research on infectious diseases, including studies on viral transmission and vaccine development. Carla turned the volume up slightly. Infectious diseases. That sounded more serious than she'd initially thought. They say what kind of diseases? She asked the room. Nobody answered at first. Then Ray said, probably Ebola or something? They study all kinds of nasty stuff there. Why would terrorists want that? Why do terrorists want anything? They're crazy. He was probably right. Still, something about it felt off. Carla had lived through Katrina, through the BP oil spill, through enough disasters and near disasters to develop an instinct for when things weren't quite right. This tickled that instinct. Not loudly, just a faint whisper in the back of her mind. But she had a bar to run, so she pushed the thought away. By 9 o'clock, the bachelor looked worse. His face had gone from pale to grayish, sweat soaking through his shirt despite the air conditioning. He'd stopped drinking, just sat at the table with his head in his hands, while his friends laughed and shouted around him. One of them kept slapping his back, saying, "Come on, man, you're fine, it's your party." Carla walked over. "Hey, you need me to call someone?" The bachelor looked up at her. His eyes were bloodshot, pupils dilated. "I'm okay. Just need air. There's a courtyard out back. Cooler there." He nodded and stood, swaying. His friends helped him outside. Through the back window, Carla could see him bent over, hands on his knees, breathing hard. One of the friends lit a cigarette, offered it to him. He waved it away. A woman at the bar ordered another round for her group. Carla poured, made change, wiped down the bar again. The television showed a commercial for car insurance. Outside, someone was playing trumpet on the street corner, the sound drifting through the open front door. Some jazz standard she recognized but couldn't name. The Quarters soundtrack, eternal and familiar. Her feet hurt. 9 years of standing on concrete floors had given her permanent aches in her ankles and lower back. She'd learned to ignore it, same as the smell of bleach and beer, same as the harassment and the occasional threat. This was the job. This was life. Around 9:30, the bachelor came back inside. He looked slightly better, some color returned to his face, but his hands still trembled, and he had a strange, vacant expression, like he wasn't quite present. His friends ordered another round. Carla brought them drinks but kept watching The Bachelor. Something was wrong with him, beyond just a bad hangover. The news switched to a different story, something about city council and a budget dispute. Boring government stuff. Carla stopped paying attention. Ray ordered another Jack and Coke. Think the Saints got a shot this year? Maybe. Defense looks better. Offense needs work. Always does. This was comfortable. Normal conversation, the kind that filled empty space without requiring thought. Ray was good at that. Never pushed, never asked intrusive questions, just existed in the same space, sharing the silence. At 10 o'clock, the crowd began to thin. Monday nights were never busy, even in the quarter. The couple in the corner left, still wrapped around each other. A group of locals who'd been playing pool settled their tab. The bachelor party remained, though they'd stopped drinking as much. The bachelor himself just sat there, staring at nothing. Carla's phone rang. Not a text this time, an actual call. Angelique. That was unusual. Her sister knew not to call during shifts unless it was important. "Hold on," Carla told Ray, then stepped into the back hallway where it was quieter. "Hey, what's up? Did you see the news?" Angelique's voice was tight, worried. "About Tulane?" "Yeah, I saw it." "Not that. Turn on Channel 4. "I'm working." "What's going on?" "There's something happening. People getting sick. They're saying it started this afternoon, but it's getting worse. Emergency rooms are full." "Sick how?" "Flu symptoms, but really fast. Like people are fine one minute and then collapsing the next." David's cousin works at Charity Hospital, and she said they've had 50 admissions in the last 2 hours. Carla's stomach tightened. Did they say what's causing it? No, that's what's scary. Nobody knows. Through the hallway, Carla could hear the bar, the murmur of conversation, glasses clinking, the faint trumpet from outside. Everything normal, everything fine. "I'm sure it's nothing," she said, trying to convince herself as much as her sister. "Probably food poisoning from one of the buffets. You know how tourist season is." "Maybe." Angelique didn't sound convinced. "Just be careful, okay? And maybe come over Thursday morning instead of evening. I don't want you driving if things get worse." "I will. Don't worry. Love you." "Love you too." She hung up and stood in the hallway for a moment, listening to the sounds of the bar. The bachelor party was singing something off-key. Ray was talking to another regular about carburetor problems. Tommy's television in the office was playing a game show, the world turning, oblivious. Carla walked back to the bar and found the remote, changed the channel to 4. The news was in the middle of a report. A female anchor with a serious expression, text scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Hospitals across the greater New Orleans area reporting unusually high admissions of patients presenting with severe flu-like symptoms. Officials from the Department of Health are urging anyone experiencing sudden fever, muscle tremors, or aggressive behavior to seek immediate medical attention. The CDC has been contacted and is sending a team to investigate. "Turn that up," someone said. Carla increased the volume. The anchor continued. "We're getting reports that several incidents of violence have occurred at area hospitals, with patients attacking medical staff. Police have been called to University Medical Center, Oxnard Baptist, and Tulane Medical Center. We want to emphasize that these reports are unconfirmed and—" The bachelor stood up suddenly, knocking his chair backward. It clattered against the floor. Everyone turned to look. "Ray," Carla said quietly, "come here a second." Ray moved closer, keeping the bar between himself and the bachelor. He'd seen enough bar fights to know when someone was about to explode. The bachelor's friends were trying to calm him down. "Hey man, sit down. You're okay." But he wasn't okay. His whole body was shaking now, violent tremors running through his arms and legs. His face had contorted into something that didn't look quite human, jaw clenched, eyes wild and unfocused. A low sound came from his throat, not words, just a guttural moan. "I'm calling 911, one of the friends said, pulling out his phone. The bachelor lunged at him. It happened fast. One moment he was standing there shaking, the next he was on his friend, hands around his throat, teeth snapping at his face. The friend screamed and tried to push him away, but the bachelor had inhuman strength, fueled by whatever was wrong with him. They crashed into a table, drinks flying. Other patrons scrambled back, shouting. Carla grabbed the baseball bat from under the bar. "Tommy!" she yelled. "Get out here!" The bachelor's friend was on the floor now, the bachelor on top of him, still trying to bite. The other members of the bachelor party were pulling at him, trying to drag him off, but he wouldn't budge. His nails raked across his friend's face, drawing blood. Then his teeth found the friend's shoulder, and he bit down. The scream that followed wasn't human. It was pure agony, primal and horrible. Carla vaulted over the bar, bat in hand. Ray was beside her. "Get everyone out," she told him. But people were already running for the door, pushing and shoving. Someone knocked over a stool. Glass shattered. The trumpet outside had stopped. Carla approached the bachelor carefully. Blood covered his mouth and chin, dark and thick. His friend was still screaming, trying to push him away. The other bachelor party members had backed off, horror on their faces. "Hey," Carla said, trying to keep her voice steady. "You need to stop." Right now. The bachelor turned his head toward her. His eyes were completely vacant, no recognition, no humanity, just hunger. He released his friend and came at her. Carla swung the bat. She'd done it before, but never like this. Before, it had been calculated, controlled. This was survival. The bat connected with the bachelor's shoulder, a solid hit that should have dropped him. But he barely flinched, just kept coming. She swung again, this time hitting his head. The crack was sickening, bone on aluminum. He went down hard, blood pooling beneath his skull. The bar went silent except for the injured friend's moaning. Everyone stared at the body on the floor. Carla stared too, bat still raised, her heart hammering against her ribs. "Jesus Christ," someone whispered. Tommy emerged from the back, took in the scene. What the hell happened? "He attacked someone," Carla said. Her voice sounded distant, not her own. "He just attacked." Ray was already calling 911, phone pressed to his ear. After a moment, he lowered it. "Busy signal." "Try again," Tommy said. Ray did. Same result. Lines must be jammed. The injured friend was still on the floor, bleeding from the shoulder and face. One of his buddies was trying to help him up, but the guy was in shock, eyes glazed. Blood soaked his shirt, spreading fast. "We need to get him to a hospital," the buddy said. "I don't think," Carla started, but before she could finish, the injured man began to shake. It started in his hands, then spread through his whole body. His head snapped back, foam appearing at the corners of his mouth. His eyes rolled up, showing whites. The shaking intensified, violent convulsions that looked like they might break his bones. "He's having a seizure," someone said. But it wasn't a seizure. Carla realized that with cold certainty. This was the same thing that had happened to the bachelor. The same progression. Symptoms to violence in minutes. "Everyone get back," she said. Nobody moved. They were frozen, watching with morbid fascination as the injured man's body went through its terrible transformation. The shaking slowed, then stopped. For a moment he was completely still. Then his eyes opened. They looked exactly like the bachelor's had, empty, hungry. He launched himself at the nearest person, one of his own friends, with the same inhuman speed. His teeth found the friend's arm before anyone could react, tearing through flesh. Another scream filled the bar. This time, people ran. The front door became a bottleneck, patrons shoving and climbing over each other to escape. Carla heard the window shatter as someone went through it. The infected man, because that's what he was, infected with something terrible, moved to the next closest person, a woman who'd been sitting alone at the bar. She tried to run, but he caught her hair, yanked her back. His teeth found her throat. Blood sprayed across the bar top, across the mirror behind the liquor shelves, across everything. The woman's scream became a wet gurgle, then nothing. "Move!" Ray shoved Carla toward the back. "Go!" They ran through the hallway, past Tommy's office, where he was just emerging with a pistol in his hand. When had he gotten a gun? And out through the back door, into the courtyard. The trumpet player was still there, standing in the alley with his instrument, staring at them with confusion. "Run!" Carla told him. "Get out of here!" Behind them, inside the bar, something crashed. Glass breaking, more screaming. The trumpet player looked from them to the bar's back door, trying to process what was happening. Then the infected man appeared in the doorway, covered in blood, and the trumpet player understood. He dropped his instrument and ran. Carla, Ray, and Tommy ran too, into the alley that connected to Royal Street. Behind them, a gunshot echoed from the bar. Then another, then silence. Royal Street was chaos. People running in every direction, screaming, crying. A car had crashed into a streetlight, its horn blaring continuously. Store alarms were going off. Someone was firing a gun. Whether at infected or at other people, Carla couldn't tell. In the distance, more gunshots, sirens, breaking glass, the soundtrack of civilization collapsing. "What the fuck is happening?" Tommy gasped, bent over, trying to catch his breath. He still held the pistol, though his hands shook so badly he could barely keep it steady. Ray pointed down the street. 3 people were chasing another person, their movements jerky and uncoordinated but fast. The person being chased tripped, fell. The 3 were on them instantly. "We need to get off the street," Carla said. "Now." They ran toward Bourbon Street, staying close to the buildings, trying to be invisible. All around them, the quarter was descending into hell. Carla had seen bad nights before, hurricanes, floods, riots after big games. But this was different. This was primal fear, the kind that turned humans into animals. Every shadow held threat. Every sound could be death. A woman stumbled out of a doorway ahead of them, bleeding from her scalp. She saw them and reached out. "Help me, please!" But before they could respond, 2 infected people emerged from the same doorway, grabbed her, pulled her back inside. Her scream cut off abruptly. They kept running. Bourbon Street was worse. The main tourist drag, usually packed with drunk people and street performers, had become a war zone. Bodies lay in the street. Some were clearly dead, torn open, intestines spilling onto the pavement. Others were just down, maybe unconscious, maybe infected and about to turn. Carla saw a man attacking a storefront window, smashing his fists against the glass until his hands were nothing but pulp and bone. He didn't seem to notice or care. A police car sat sideways across the street, lights flashing, both doors open, no cops visible, blood on the driver's seat. "We can't stay here," Ray said. "Too many of them." "My apartment," Carla said. "Rampart Street, it's not far." Tommy shook his head. "I'm going to my place, Marigny. Got supplies there." "You won't make it alone," Ray said. "I made it this far." Tommy checked his pistol, counted bullets. 5 shots left. I'll be fine. He wasn't going to be fine. Carla knew it, Ray knew it, probably Tommy knew it too. But she also knew there was no convincing him otherwise. Some people needed to be alone when the world ended. "Good luck," she told him. He nodded once, then disappeared into a side street. They never saw him again. Ray and Carla moved quickly but carefully, avoiding the main streets, sticking to alleys and courtyards. Carla knew every shortcut, every path between buildings. Growing up in the quarter, she'd explored every inch of it. That knowledge might be the only thing that kept them alive. They passed a group of people barricading themselves inside a restaurant, pushing tables against the doors. One of them saw Carla and Ray and shouted, "Here! Get inside!" But before they could reach the door, infected people appeared at the other end of the alley, 4 of them, moving with that same terrible speed and purpose. The restaurant people slammed their door shut, leaving Carla and Ray outside. "This way," Carla said, pulling Ray down a narrow passage between 2 buildings. Behind them, the infected followed, their footsteps slapping against wet pavement. The passage opened onto a small courtyard surrounded by old brick walls. There was a gate on the far side, but it was locked. They were trapped. The infected entered the courtyard. 4 people who'd been normal hours ago, now reduced to mindless hunger. One was an old man in tourist shorts and a Saints jersey. Another was a young woman in a bar uniform, maybe a waitress. The other 2 were harder to identify, their faces already damaged from whatever violence had infected them. Ray stepped forward, raising the pistol. "Stay behind me." "You don't know how to shoot," Carla said. "Neither do you." "I never said I was taking it." The infected charged. Ray fired twice, missed both times. Carla swung her bat, connected with the old man's skull, dropped him. The waitress grabbed Ray's arm, teeth snapping at his shoulder. He screamed and tried to pull away, but she had his sleeve, wouldn't let go. Carla hit her with the bat once, twice, until she released and fell. The other 2 infected were almost on them. Carla pushed Ray toward the wall where a drain pipe ran up the side. "Climb! I can't. Climb or die!" He climbed. Carla followed, the bat stuck through her belt, her hands finding purchase on the old brick. Behind her, the infected clawed at the wall, reaching up but unable to follow. Their moans were inhuman, a sound that would haunt her forever. They made it to the roof, pulled themselves over the edge, lay there gasping. Below, the infected continued their mindless reaching, unable to comprehend the concept of climbing. "Are you bit?" Carla asked. Ray checked his arm. His shirt sleeve was torn, but the skin underneath was intact. "No. Just scratched." "You're sure?" He showed her. Scratches, not bites. "I'm sure." They rested for a moment, catching their breath. The rooftop offered a view of the quarter, and what Carla saw made her stomach drop. Fires burned in at least 6 locations, smoke rising against the night sky. The sounds of chaos were everywhere. Screams, gunshots, sirens, crashes. In the distance toward the river, she saw a large group of people running, pursued by an even larger group of infected. There must have been hundreds, maybe thousands. "My sister," Carla said suddenly. "I need to call her." She pulled out her phone, hands shaking, and dialed Angelique's number. It rang once, twice, then went to voicemail. She tried again. Same result. "The network's probably overloaded," Ray said, "or something's wrong." Carla tried texting. "Are you okay? Call me when you get this." No response. Nothing. "She's across the river," Ray said. "This might just be in the quarter. The bridges are probably fine." "You saw those people on the news. The hospitals. This isn't just the quarter." "Then she's safer there than here." "Algiers is residential. Quieter. Better chance to hole up and wait it out." Wait it out. As if this was a storm, something that would pass. But Carla had seen what was happening. Those people weren't sick. They were gone, replaced by something else, and whatever had caused it was spreading fast. "I need to get to her," Carla said. "You need to survive first." Ray was right, but it didn't matter. Her sister was across the river with her family, and Carla was stuck here in the quarter with infected people everywhere. The distance between them felt infinite. They moved across the rooftops, carefully navigating the gaps and jumps between buildings. Some were easy, maybe 3 or 4 feet. Others required running leaps that left Carla's heart in her throat. Below, the streets continued to descend into chaos. She saw a police tactical unit trying to set up a barricade on Canal Street, but infected people overwhelmed them in seconds. She saw a mother clutching a child, both of them being chased by what might have been the father. She saw a man on fire, walking calmly down the middle of Bourbon Street as flames consumed him. The quarter was dying, maybe already dead. They reached a rooftop 1 block from Rampart Street. Carla's apartment building was visible from here, a 3-story walk-up with narrow windows and a fire escape that didn't quite reach the ground. Getting inside would be the hard part. "Can we get down there?" Ray asked. Carla studied the route. The building next to hers had a fire escape they could reach from this rooftop. From there, it was just a matter of crossing at ground level, maybe 20 feet of exposed street. Then up her building's fire escape to the 3rd floor, through her window. "Yeah," she said, "but it's going to be dangerous. More dangerous than staying here?" He had a point. They descended the fire escape slowly, testing each step. The metal groaned under their weight, but held. At the bottom, they hung from the lowest platform, maybe 8 feet above the ground, then dropped. Carla landed hard, rolled, came up with the bat ready. Nothing attacked. The street was momentarily empty. "Go," Ray said. They ran across the street. Carla expected infected people to appear any second, to feel teeth on her neck, to die in the same terrible way she'd seen at the bar. But they made it. She grabbed the fire escape ladder, pulled herself up, Ray right behind her. They climbed fast, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, to her window. It was locked. Of course it was locked. "Break it," Ray said. Carla used the bat to shatter the glass, then cleared the shards from the frame. She climbed through into her apartment, Ray following. Inside it was dark and quiet. Safe. For now. Her apartment was small, studio with a kitchenette, bathroom barely big enough to turn around in, mattress on the floor surrounded by laundry she hadn't put away. Not much, but it was hers. She'd lived here for 6 years, ever since the lease on her old place had tripled, and she couldn't afford it anymore. The walls were thin enough that she could hear her neighbors arguing, but the location was good and the rent was manageable. Ray moved to the window, looked down at the street. "We should barricade this." "With what?" He grabbed her dresser, a cheap particle board thing from Walmart, and dragged it in front of the window. It wasn't much, but it was something. Carla pushed her mattress against the door, added a chair on top. Then they stood in the middle of the room, breathing hard, trying to process what had happened. "We need supplies," Ray said finally. "Water, food, weapons." Carla took inventory. In her kitchenette, half a loaf of bread, peanut butter, 3 cans of soup, 1 can of beans. In her fridge, spoiled milk. Leftover Chinese food that was probably fine but smelled questionable. Condiments. Not enough. Not nearly enough. "There's a corner store on Rampart," she said. 2 blocks down. If it's still open, it won't be. People will have looted it already. Then we loot it too. Ray checked the pistol again. 4 shots, not enough. I've got a kitchen knife and the bat. That's not going to be enough either. He was right, but what choice did they have? Stay here and starve, or go out and risk getting infected? Neither option was good. Carla's phone buzzed. She grabbed it desperately, hoping for Angelique. But it was just an emergency alert, shelter in place. Do not leave your homes. Avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms of infection. Emergency services are responding. Emergency services. Right. She'd seen how well that was working. She tried calling Angelique again. This time it didn't even ring, just went straight to a message. "All circuits are busy. Please try your call again later." "Fuck," she whispered. Ray put a hand on her shoulder. "She's okay. She's smart. She'll be fine. You don't know that." "No, but assuming the worst won't help." He was right again. Carla hated that he was right. They spent the next few minutes planning. If they were going to survive, they needed more supplies. The corner store was the closest option, but it was also the most obvious target for looters. Better to try somewhere less obvious. Carla thought about the buildings around her, trying to remember which ones might have food, water, anything useful. The restaurant on Conti, she said. The Italian place. They'll have a full kitchen, pantry, probably bottled water, canned goods. How far? 3 blocks? 3 blocks. In normal times, a 5-minute walk. Now it might as well be 5 miles. We go at first light, Ray said. Easier to see what's coming. Carla checked the time on her phone. Nearly midnight. Dawn was hours away. They settled in to wait, taking turns watching the window. The sounds outside continued, occasional screams, breaking glass, the distant wail of sirens that eventually faded to nothing. At one point, a helicopter passed overhead, searchlights sweeping the streets. Then it was gone, heading toward the river. Carla sat with her back against the wall, bat across her knees, and tried not to think about her sister. Tried not to imagine the twins scared and crying, Angelique trying to protect them, David maybe already infected and turning into one of those things. Tried not to think about what would happen if the bridges were blocked, if she couldn't get across the river, if she never saw them again. But the thoughts came anyway, relentless and terrible. Around 2 in the morning, Ray spoke. "Tell me about your sister." Carla looked at him, surprised. Ray knew about Angelique. They'd talked about family over drinks countless times, but asking now felt different, like he was trying to distract her. It was kind. "She's younger than me. 2 years. We grew up in the 7th Ward after our parents moved here from Houma. She was the good kid, straight A's, went to UNO, got a teaching degree. I was the screw-up who barely graduated high school." "You're not a screw-up." "I tend bar in a dive. That's not exactly success. It's honest work. Nothing wrong with it." "She married David when she was 24. I was her maid of honor, got drunk at the reception, threw up in the parking lot. Real classy. But she never judged me, never made me feel like I was less than her, even though I obviously was. The twins were born 5 years ago. I was there in the hospital, held them when they were like 2 hours old. They're good kids, smart, like their mom." "You see them often?" "Not as often as I should. Work gets busy and then I'm tired and time passes. You know how it is." "Yeah, I know." They fell silent. Outside, someone was crying. The sound was faint but clear, a woman's voice calling for help. Carla wanted to go to her, wanted to help, but she didn't move. Couldn't. Ray put a hand on her arm, keeping her still. "You can't save everyone," he said quietly. The crying eventually stopped. Dawn came slowly, gray light filtering through the broken window. Carla hadn't slept. Neither had Ray. They'd taken turns watching the street below, where occasionally an infected person would wander past, moving with that same jerky gait. From a distance, they almost looked normal, people walking down the street. But then you saw the blood, the torn clothes, the way they stopped and sniffed the air like animals tracking prey. Carla's mouth was dry, tasted like copper and fear. Her entire body ached from tension and the previous night's exertion. She needed water desperately, needed food, needed to know her sister was alive. "Ready?" Ray asked. "Number." She wasn't ready, but she nodded anyway. They moved the dresser, climbed out the window onto the fire escape. The morning air was already humid, promising another brutally hot day. The quarter spread out below them, looking strange and wrong in the daylight. Trash everywhere, abandoned cars, bodies. So many bodies. Some were clearly dead, torn apart by the infected. Others might just be sleeping or unconscious. There was no way to tell without getting close. They descended the fire escape slowly, quietly. At the bottom, they waited, listened. Somewhere nearby, someone was screaming. The sound echoed between buildings, making it impossible to tell where it was coming from. Then it cut off abruptly. 3 blocks, Carla whispered. "Stay close." They moved down Rampart Street, staying against the buildings, ready to run or fight at any moment. Carla's hands were slick with sweat on the bat handle. Her heart hammered so hard she thought it might burst. The first block was clear. The second, they encountered two infected people feeding on a corpse in the street. The infected looked up as they passed, faces covered in blood, but didn't chase. Maybe they were too focused on their meal. Carla forced herself not to look at the corpse, not to see if it was anyone she recognized. The restaurant was on the corner of Conti and Bourbon, a narrow building with a red awning and tables out front that were now overturned. The front windows were smashed, glass littering the sidewalk. Inside, it was dark. Could be people in there, Ray said. Survivors or infected. Only one way to find out. They approached carefully. Carla peered through the broken window, but couldn't see much. Just overturned tables, a cash register hanging open, papers scattered across the floor. She climbed through, Ray following. Glass crunched under their feet, impossibly loud. The dining room was empty. They moved toward the kitchen in back, stepping over debris. The kitchen door was closed. Carla pressed her ear against it, listening. Nothing. She pushed it open. The kitchen was a mess. Pots and pans scattered everywhere, knives knocked from their rack, flour covering the floor like snow. But no people, infected or otherwise, and more importantly, no bodies. "Check the pantry," Carla said. Ray found it, a walk-in storage room with shelves of supplies. Canned tomatoes, pasta, olive oil, cases of bottled water, more food than they could carry. They stuffed their pockets, filled a trash bag they found, took as much as they could manage. Carla found a chef's knife, better than the cheap one from her apartment. She also found a battery-powered radio on a shelf and pocketed it. They were about to leave when they heard voices outside. Not infected moans, actual voices. People talking. Carla and Ray froze. The voices grew closer, multiple people from the sound of it. Then footsteps in the dining room, glass crunching. "Check the kitchen," a man's voice said. "Might be food." "Might be infected," another voice replied. "Then we shoot them." Carla looked at Ray. They were trapped. The kitchen had only one exit, back into the dining room where the people were. No windows, no other doors. If these people were hostile, and the casual talk about shooting suggested they were, things were about to get bad. The kitchen door opened. 3 men entered, all armed. One had a hunting rifle, another a shotgun, the third a handgun. They saw Carla and Ray immediately. "Well, well," the man with the rifle said. He was maybe 40, wearing cargo pants and a Saints cap. "Looks like we got here just in time. We're just getting supplies," Carla said, trying to keep her voice steady. "We'll leave. No problem." "See, that is a problem, because we need those supplies, and I don't see any reason to share." Ray still had the pistol in his jacket pocket, but reaching for it would get them both killed. Carla held the bat loosely, non-threatening. The trash bag full of food sat at her feet. "Take it," she said. "We don't want trouble." "That's real smart." The man with the rifle gestured at the bag. "Give it here." Carla picked up the bag, moved to hand it over. As she got close, she swung it hard, hitting the rifleman in the face. He stumbled back, surprised. Ray pulled the pistol, fired at the man with the shotgun. The shot went wild, hit the wall. The shotgun man fired back, pellets shredding the air inches from Ray's head. Carla swung the bat, connected with the handgun man's wrist. He dropped his weapon, screamed. Ray fired again, this time hitting the shotgun man in the shoulder. He went down. The rifleman had recovered, was bringing his weapon up. Carla dove behind a prep table as he fired. The bullet punched through the stainless steel, missed her by inches. Ray fired again, his last shot, and missed. Then the kitchen door burst open and infected people poured in. 4 of them, drawn by the gunshots. They went for the closest targets, the 3 men who'd tried to rob them. The rifleman tried to shoot, got one infected person down, then the others were on him. His screams were brief. Carla grabbed Ray's arm. "Move!" They ran into the pantry, slammed the door. Outside, the infected were tearing into the three men, the sounds of it unspeakable. Carla felt her stomach heave, forced it down. There was a small window high up in the pantry, maybe 2 feet square. She climbed the shelves, kicked it open, pulled herself through. Ray followed, and they were out in an alley, running again. They didn't stop until they were 3 blocks away, in a courtyard behind a closed hotel. There they collapsed, gasping, the trash bag of food somehow still with them. "That was close," Ray managed. Carla just nodded. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely hold the bat. They'd almost died, multiple times, and it was barely 8 in the morning. They made their way back to her apartment carefully, avoiding main streets. The quarter was waking up, or rather, the infected were. More of them visible now, wandering the streets, some alone, others in small groups. Carla noticed that they seemed to move towards sound, any loud noise drawing them like moths to flame. A car alarm went off somewhere, and within seconds a dozen infected were converging on it. "They hunt by sound," Ray said quietly. "And smell, I think. They keep sniffing the air. So we stay quiet and upwind. If only it were that simple." Back in the apartment, they barricaded the door properly this time, stacking everything heavy against it. The broken window was a liability, but boarding it up would mean no light and no way to see what was coming. They compromised by hanging a blanket over it, something that could be pulled aside quickly. The battery radio Carla had taken from the restaurant crackled to life when she turned it on. Static, then a voice, advising all residents to remain indoors. The National Guard has been deployed to key locations throughout the city. Martial law has been declared. Anyone found violating curfew will be detained. The infection is believed to be spread through bodily fluids, including saliva and blood. Avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms. Symptoms include sudden fever, violent tremors, aggressive behavior, and loss of cognitive function. If you or someone you know is infected, do not attempt treatment. Call emergency services immediately. The broadcast repeated, obviously automated. Carla tried other stations. Most were dead air. A few had music, old recordings playing to an empty city. One station had someone talking, a woman's panicked voice. "They're everywhere, oh God! They're breaking through the—" Then static. "National Guard," Ray said. "That's good, right?" "Maybe." Carla wasn't convinced. She'd seen how quickly things fell apart at the bar, how the infection spread. If this was happening all over the city, all over the country, would the military even be able to respond? She tried her phone again. Same message about circuits being busy. She texted Angelique. "I'm okay. In my apartment with a friend. Please tell me you're safe." No response. They ate canned ravioli cold, drank bottled water. The food tasted like metal and fear, but Carla forced it down. She needed energy, needed to stay strong. The day stretched ahead, long and uncertain. Around noon, they heard voices outside. Ray peered through a gap in the blanket. People. A group. Maybe 10 of them. Carla looked. The group was moving down Rampart Street, heading toward the French Quarter proper. They were armed with various makeshift weapons, bats, crowbars, kitchen knives. One man carried a fire axe. They moved cautiously but with purpose, like they had a destination in mind. "Think we should join them?" Ray asked. "I don't know. Could be safer in a group. Could also be dangerous." "Everything's dangerous now." He wasn't wrong. The group passed without seeing them. Carla watched them go, part of her wanting to call out, to not be alone. But a larger part remembered the men in the restaurant, how quickly people turned violent when survival was at stake. Trust was a luxury they couldn't afford. The afternoon dragged. Carla dozed, woke, dozed again. Every sound jolted her alert. Footsteps on the stairs, Something hitting the wall. A scream from somewhere in the building. Ray kept watch, the pistol now useless in his hand, but still somehow comforting. Around 4 o'clock, the sounds of battle reached them. Gunfire, lots of it, coming from the direction of Canal Street. It went on for maybe 20 minutes, a sustained firefight. Then silence. Carla tried the radio again, found a weak signal. Barricade at Canal Street has been overrun. Units are falling back to the Superdome. I repeat, all civilian survivors should make their way to the Superdome. It's being established as a refugee center. The Superdome. During Katrina, it had been a nightmare. Thousands of people crammed into the stadium with no power, no water, no help. And that was with a functioning government. Now, with infected people everywhere, it would be a death trap. "We're not going to the Superdome," Carla said. "Agreed. We need a better plan. We can't stay here forever. Food will run out. Water will run out." "What about the river? Your sister. Can we get to the bridge?" Carla had been thinking about this constantly. The Greater New Orleans Bridge, the CCC as locals called it, connected the East Bank to the West Bank, where Algiers sat. It was maybe 2 miles from her apartment, straight down Canal Street. 2 miles through infected territory, through collapsed barricades and failed military operations. Possible, maybe. Probably suicide. Even if we make it to the bridge, what if it's blocked or destroyed? Then we find another way. Ferry, boat, something. And if Algiers is just as bad? Ray had no answer for that. Night fell again, the second night. They ate more cold food, drank water sparingly. The city outside grew quiet. Not peaceful, but the terrible quiet of abandonment. No traffic sounds, no music from bars, no human noise. Just the occasional moan of infected people and the sound of things being broken. Carla's phone battery was at 15%. She'd been checking it obsessively, hoping for word from Angelique. Nothing. She thought about the last time she'd seen her sister 3 weeks ago, a normal Sunday dinner. The twins showing her drawings they'd made at school, David grilling burgers in the backyard, Angelique laughing at some story Carla told about a drunk customer. Normal things, things that felt like a lifetime ago. "When this is over," Ray said quietly, "what's the first thing you'll do?" "You think this will be over?" "Has to be. Eventually, everything ends." Carla thought about it. "I'd go to the morning call, get beignets and coffee, sit outside and watch the sun come up over the river. Normal shit." "Sounds nice. What about you?" "Call my daughter. Tell her I love her. Should have done that more." They fell silent. The darkness pressed in, heavy and suffocating. Somewhere in the building something fell with a crash. Then footsteps on the stairs, slow and dragging. They were coming from below, heading up. Ray gripped the empty pistol. Carla raised the bat. The footsteps reached their floor, paused outside the door. A wet, rattling breath. Then scratching at the door, fingernails on wood. The infected person, or people, impossible to tell, stayed there for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Then the footsteps moved on, continuing up to the 4th floor. Neither Carla nor Ray moved. They barely breathed. After a long while, Ray whispered, "We need to leave. Tomorrow. This building isn't safe. Nowhere is safe. Some places are safer than others, more defensible. The bridge, we make for the bridge. 2 miles. It might as well have been 1,000. But what choice did they have? Dawn of the 3rd day brought smoke. A building somewhere near the river was burning, black columns rising against the gray sky. The fire would spread. No fire department to stop it. Parts of the quarter would burn, maybe all of it. They prepared to leave, taking only what they could carry. Food, water, the knife, the bat, the empty pistol. Ray insisted on keeping it, said it might scare people into thinking it was loaded. Carla took a few extra clothes, her phone charger, though she doubted she'd find anywhere to use it. She also took a photo from her bedside table, her and Angelique at the twins' 5th birthday party. both of them covered in cake frosting, laughing. Before they left, Carla tried her phone one last time. 5% battery. She sent a text to Angelique. "I'm coming. Wait for me." Then she turned the phone off to save the battery, and they left the apartment behind. The streets were worse than before. More bodies, more wreckage, more infected. The smoke from the fire made everything hazy, apocalyptic. They moved quickly but carefully, using cars for cover, staying in doorways when infected people were too close. At Rampart and Canal, they encountered their first real obstacle, a roadblock made of cars and debris, probably set up by the National Guard. Behind it, bodies in military uniforms. The soldiers had made a stand here. It hadn't been enough. Infected people crawled over the barricade like ants, dozens of them. Carla and Ray ducked into a parking garage, watching. The infected were drawn to movement, to sound. When they were still and quiet, the infected passed by without noticing. It was like being prey, learning the predator's patterns. They waited an hour, then 2. The infected eventually dispersed, some wandering toward the quarter, others toward the Superdome. When the way was clearer, Carla and Ray ran. Canal Street had once been the main commercial artery of New Orleans, wide and grand, lined with hotels and shops. Now it was a graveyard. Every storefront was smashed, looted, burned. Cars sat abandoned in the street, many with bodies inside. The streetcar tracks were visible beneath the debris, leading toward the river like a path to salvation. They followed the tracks, moving from cover to cover. A furniture store, a drugstore, a tourist trap selling jazz memorabilia. Everything destroyed, everything silent. Halfway down Canal, they heard engines, vehicles approaching from behind. Carla and Ray pressed themselves into a doorway, watching. 3 pickup trucks appeared, moving slowly down the street. Men with rifles rode in the beds, scanning the area. They looked military, but the trucks were civilian. Militia, maybe, or just survivors with guns. The trucks stopped a block away. The men got out, started checking buildings, looking for supplies, or people, or both. Carla held her breath, praying they wouldn't check this building. The men were methodical, efficient. They'd done this before. One of them found an infected person hiding in a storefront. He shot it without hesitation, 3 rounds to the chest. The sound echoed, attracting more infected from side streets. The men retreated to their trucks, firing as they went. More infected appeared, drawn by the noise. Within minutes, there were 30 of them, maybe more. The trucks peeled away, tires squealing, leaving the infected behind. The infected milled around where the trucks had been, confused, hungry. Then one of them turned, looked directly at the doorway where Carla and Ray hid. "Run," Carla whispered. They bolted down Canal Street, the infected giving chase. But infected people weren't fast runners. They moved in jerky sprints, uncoordinated. Carla and Ray had adrenaline and fear, could outpace them if they kept moving. They ran past the old D.H. Holmes building, past the Ritz-Carlton, past everything, just running. The bridge came into view ahead. The Greater New Orleans Bridge, spanning the Mississippi. It looked intact. More importantly, it looked crossable. But between them and the bridge was a problem. Hundreds of infected people crowding the approach. They must have been drawn here days ago, following fleeing survivors, and now they just remained, wandering the area like a plague. "We can't go through them," Ray gasped. "Then we go around." They cut left, toward the river itself, looking for another way. The waterfront was a disaster zone. Boats had crashed into the docks, some burning, some sinking. Bodies floated in the water. The smell was overwhelming, smoke and rot, and the coppery stench of blood. "There," Ray pointed, "a small marina, maybe a quarter-mile upriver." Boats were still moored there, untouched. They ran along the waterfront, away from the bridge, toward the marina. Behind them, the infected followed but were losing ground. At the marina, they found a dozen small boats, fishing vessels, pleasure boats, even a sailboat. Most were locked, one wasn't, a small motorboat with an outboard engine. "Do you know how to drive this?" Ray asked. "I grew up on the bayou. Of course I know." That was only partly true. She'd been on boats plenty of times as a kid, but never driven one. Still, how hard could it be? She climbed in, Ray following. The keys were in the ignition. Thank God for small miracles. She turned them. Nothing. She tried again. The engine turned over, coughed, died. "Come on," she muttered. "Come on." The infected had reached the marina, climbing down to the docks. 20 of them, maybe more. Carla pumped the throttle, tried the engine again. This time it caught, roared to life. Ray untied the mooring lines and they were free, pulling away from the dock as infected people dove into the water after them. They couldn't swim, just sank immediately, disappearing beneath the brown water. Carla steered them out into the Mississippi, the current strong and dangerous. She'd heard stories her whole life about people drowning in the river, about undercurrents that could pull you down. The boat felt tiny and fragile on the wide water, but they were alive. They were moving. And across the river, maybe a mile away, Algiers waited. The crossing took forever. The boat's motor was weak, struggling against the current. Debris floated past, wood, trash, bodies. Carla tried not to look at the bodies. She focused on the far shore, on keeping the boat pointed in the right direction. Halfway across, the motor sputtered. Carla's heart dropped. If it died here, in the middle of the river, they'd drift downstream, maybe capsize. She eased back on the throttle, gave the engine less to work with. It smoothed out, kept running. Ray was watching the shoreline they'd left behind. "There's more of them. They're following along the bank." Carla glanced back. He was right. Infected people lined the waterfront, tracking the boat. When they reached the other side, those things would be waiting. Maybe there was no escape. Maybe the infection had spread everywhere. But then the far shore was approaching, a concrete flood wall with a break for a boat ramp. Carla aimed for it, praying. The boat's bow scraped concrete, jolted them forward. Ray jumped out, grabbed the line, pulled them to shore. They'd made it. They were in Algiers. The neighborhood here was residential, small houses with small yards. It looked almost normal, like the infection hadn't touched this side of the river. A few cars in driveways, laundry hanging on a line, a bicycle lying in the grass. But no people, no movement. Eerily silent. "Where's your sister's place?" Ray asked. "Berman Highway. Maybe 2 miles. More running, more distance. But at least here, the streets were clear." They moved quickly, cutting through yards and alleys. Carla's legs burned, her lungs ached. But she didn't slow down. She was close. So close. Angelique's house was on a quiet street lined with live oaks. A 1-story Creole cottage with pale blue paint and white shutters. David's truck was in the driveway. That was good. That meant they were here. Carla ran to the front door, tried the handle, locked. She pounded on it. "Angelique! It's me! Open up!" No response. She tried the windows, all locked, curtains drawn. She went around back, Ray following. The back door was also locked, but there was a window slightly ajar. She pushed it open, climbed through into the kitchen. The house was dark, quiet. Nothing broken or disturbed, dishes in the sink, a coffee cup on the counter, normal signs of life. "Angelique?" Carla called. "David?" Still nothing. She moved through the house, checking each room. The living room, empty. The twins' bedroom, empty but with signs they'd left in a hurry, clothes scattered, toys abandoned. The master bedroom empty. In the bathroom she found blood. Not a lot, but enough. Drops on the tile, a smear on the sink. Someone had been hurt here. Recently. "They're gone," Ray said from the doorway. "They can't be. They were here. Look at everything. They were here. And now they're not." Carla sank onto the edge of the bathtub, staring at the blood. Her sister had been here. Her family had been here, and then they'd left, or been taken, or... She couldn't let herself think the alternative. On the bathroom counter, she found a note. It was written in Angelique's handwriting on the back of a grocery receipt, taking the kids to the school, shelter there. If you see this, come find us. St. Patrick's on Vespasian. We'll wait. Love you. St. Patrick's, the elementary school where the twins went. Carla knew where it was. She'd picked them up from school before when Angelique was working late, maybe a mile from here. She's at the school, Carla told Ray, showing him the note. Then we go to the school. They left the house, moved down streets that were too quiet, past houses that showed no signs of life. Where was everyone? Had they all evacuated? All gone to shelters? Or were they hiding inside, waiting for help that might never come? St. Patrick's was a small Catholic school with a playground and a parking lot surrounded by chain-link fence. The gate was closed when they arrived, secured with a chain and padlock. Inside, Carla could see people moving, survivors taking shelter in the school. "Hello," she called. "I'm looking for my sister. Please, let us in." A man appeared at the gate, maybe 50, wearing a priest's collar. "Are either of you injured or infected?" "No, we're fine. Please, my sister's in there, Angelique. She has 2 kids, twins. Have you seen them?" The priest's face changed, became sad. "What's your name?" "Carla. I'm Carla. She left me a note, said she'd be here." "Please." The priest unlocked the gate, let them inside. The schoolyard had maybe 40 people, mostly families with children. They'd set up a makeshift camp, tents made from tarps, supplies organized in piles. It looked organized, purposeful, like they intended to last. "Come with me," the priest said. He led them inside the school building, through hallways decorated with children's artwork, into a classroom that had been converted into a medical area. Cots lined the walls. Most were empty. One wasn't. Angelique lay on the cot, her face pale and sweating. Bandages wrapped around her left arm, blood seeping through. She was unconscious, breathing shallow. Beside her cot, the twins sat holding hands, their faces streaked with tears. "No," Carla whispered. "No, no, no." She rushed to her sister, dropped to her knees beside the cot. "Angelique, wake up, please." The priest put a hand on Carla's shoulder. "She was bitten. Yesterday. Her husband tried to fight off the infected person, but he trailed off. Where's David? He didn't make it. I'm sorry." Carla felt like the floor had dropped away. David was dead. Her sister was bitten. The twins were orphans. Everything had fallen apart so quickly, so completely. "How long does she have?" Ray asked quietly. "Hours, maybe less. The infection works fast." Carla looked at her sister's face, memorizing every detail. The small scar above her eyebrow from when she'd fallen off her bike as a kid. The laugh lines around her eyes, the way her hair curled at the temples. This couldn't be the end. It couldn't. The twins, she didn't even know their names yet. Some part of her realized distantly, came closer. "Aunt Carla?" She pulled them both into a hug, held them tight. "I'm here. I've got you." "Mama won't wake up," the girl said. "I know, baby. I know." Angelique's eyes fluttered open. For a moment they were clear, lucid. She saw Carla and tried to smile. "You made it." "Of course I made it. I'm not leaving you. Take care of them." Her voice was barely a whisper. "Promise me." "I promise, but you're going to be fine. We'll figure this out." Liar. But she was still smiling. "Love you, big sister." "Love you too." Angelique's eyes closed again. Her breathing changed, became labored. The twins were crying. Ray stood in the doorway, giving them space. The priest prayed quietly. For 3 hours, Carla sat beside her sister, holding her hand, talking to her, even though Angelique couldn't respond. She told stories about their childhood, about stupid things they'd done, about the time they'd snuck out to see a concert and their mother had found out but never told their father. She talked about the future, about how the twins would grow up and have kids of their own, about how they'd all be together again someday. She talked until her voice was raw and her tears ran dry. Then Angelique stopped breathing. The priest checked for a pulse, shook his head. "I'm sorry." Carla wanted to scream, to rage, to break everything. But the twins were watching her, waiting to see how she'd react. So she just nodded, kissed her sister's forehead, and stood. "She'll turn," the priest said gently. "We need to take care of it before that happens." "I'll do it," Carla said. "Are you sure?" "She's my sister." "I'll do it." The priest brought her a knife from the school kitchen, a long, sharp blade meant for cutting meat. Carla stood over her sister's body, the knife heavy in her hand. She'd killed infected people over the past 3 days. Strangers, people who were already gone. This was different. This was family. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry." She placed the blade at the base of Angelique's skull, where the brain stem connected to the spine. The priest had explained that this was the quickest, most humane way. One strike, severing the connection. The body would die permanently. Carla's hands shook. She couldn't do it. Couldn't destroy her sister's body. Then Angelique's eyes opened. They were the empty, hungry eyes of the infected. Carla drove the knife home. Her sister's body went still, truly dead now. Carla dropped the knife, stumbled outside, vomited in the bushes. Ray found her there, put an arm around her shoulders, said nothing. There were no words. She stayed at the school that day and night, caring for the twins, trying to process what had happened. The priest, Father Michael, explained that they had maybe a week's worth of food and water, longer if they rationed. They were organizing the survivors, setting up watches, fortifying the school. It was as safe as anywhere. But Carla felt hollow. Her sister was dead. David was dead. She'd crossed the river, made it to Algiers, found them, and still it wasn't enough. Nothing was enough. The twins, she learned their names, Emily and Nathan, clung to her constantly, terrified to let her out of sight. She didn't blame them. They'd watched their father die, watched their mother turn. No child should see those things. Ray helped where he could, but he was also grieving. He'd called his daughter's number maybe 50 times, always getting the same dead signal. Not knowing if she was alive or dead, if she'd escaped or been infected. The not knowing was its own kind of torture. On the 4th day, the food situation became critical. The school's supplies wouldn't last as long as they'd hoped. Too many people, too many mouths to feed. Father Michael organized a scavenging party. 10 people, including Carla and Ray, armed with kitchen knives and a few actual weapons they'd found. The plan was to hit the grocery store 3 blocks away, gather what they could, return. They left at dawn, when the infected were least active. The store was a super saver on the corner of Berman and Woodland. Its windows were smashed, but the inside looked relatively untouched, too far off the main roads for early looting. Inside, they worked quickly, filling shopping carts with canned goods, bottled water, anything with a long shelf life. The electricity was out, so refrigerated items were useless. Carla grabbed formula and baby food for the younger children at the school, grabbed medical supplies from the pharmacy. They were almost finished when they heard it. A car engine approaching, multiple engines. The group froze, listening. Through the broken windows, Carla saw 3 pickup trucks, the same trucks from Canal Street, or ones very similar. The militia, or bandits, or whatever they were. The trucks stopped outside. Men got out, armed and organized. They saw the shopping carts visible through the windows. "Looks like someone beat us here," one of them said. "Well, they can share," another replied, laughing. The scavenging party tried to hide, but the store was too open. The men found them immediately, weapons raised. "Well, hello there," their leader said. He was the same man from Canal Street, the one in the saint's cap. He smiled, showing broken teeth. "Y'all having a party and didn't invite us?" "We're just getting supplies," Father Michael said, stepping forward. "We have children at the school. Hungry children. Please, let us go. Children. How sweet." The leader pretended to consider it. "But see, we need supplies too. And this is our territory now. So I'm thinking you give us everything you've gathered, and we let you walk away. Sound fair?" "Please," the priest said. "We need this food. People will starve." "Then they starve. Not my problem." Carla gripped her knife tighter. There were 10 of them, maybe 8 of the militia. The numbers weren't terrible, but they had guns, better weapons. Any fight would be suicide. "Take it," she said. "Just take it and let us go." The leader smiled wider. "See? This one gets it." But as his men moved forward to take the supplies, one of the scavenging party, a young man, maybe 20, panicked. He grabbed a can off a shelf and threw it at the militia. It hit one of them in the head, drawing blood. Everything exploded. The militia opened fire. The young man went down immediately, chest torn open. 2 others fell, hit by stray bullets. Carla dove behind a display, Ray beside her. Father Michael was shouting something, begging them to stop. Then he fell too, shot in the leg. The scavenging party broke, running in every direction. Some made it out through the back. Some didn't. Carla and Ray crawled toward the pharmacy section, where there was more cover. Behind them, the militia was still firing, laughing, treating it like sport. They made it to the pharmacy, found a back door, burst through into an alley. Behind them, the shooting continued. They ran, not stopping until they were 6 blocks away, hiding in an abandoned garage. "We have to go back," Carla gasped. "The others." The priest. "We can't. They're dead or captured. Going back means dying." "The school?" "We need to warn them." They made their way back carefully, taking side streets, watching for the militia trucks. When they reached St. Patrick's, they found the gate still locked, people still inside, but fewer than before. Some had been in the scavenging party. Carla told them what happened, watched their faces crumble. "Father Michael?" one woman asked. "He was shot. I don't know if he made it." The woman started crying. Others joined her. The shelter felt less secure now, less hopeful. They'd lost their leader and their supplies in one morning. That night, Carla sat with the twins in the classroom where Angelique had died. Her sister's body had been buried in the school garden, wrapped in a sheet. No coffin, no proper funeral, just a shallow grave and a quick prayer. "Are we going to die?" Emily asked. Carla wanted to lie, to reassure her, but she couldn't. "I don't know. Maybe. I'm scared." "Me too, baby." Nathan was already asleep, exhausted by fear and grief. Emily fought it, her eyes drooping, then snapping back open. Eventually she lost the battle, her small body going slack against Carla's shoulder. Carla held both of them, these children she'd promised to protect. How could she keep that promise? They had no food, no weapons, no plan. The militia was out there, the infected were everywhere, and help wasn't coming. Ray approached quietly, sat down beside her. "What are you thinking?" "That I should have stayed at the bar. At least I'd have died quickly." "You don't mean that." "Don't I?" "Look around, Ray. This is hell. We're living in hell. We're living. That's something." "For how long?" He had no answer. The 5th day brought worse news. One of the survivors had gone out at dawn to check the water situation at a nearby house. He came back panicked, reporting that infected people were massing nearby. Not a few, but hundreds, maybe thousands. They were moving through Algiers like a wave, consuming everything in their path. We need to evacuate, someone said. To where? Another asked. Anywhere but here. The discussion devolved into argument. Some wanted to stay and defend the school, others wanted to run. Carla didn't participate. She just held the twins and tried to figure out her own next move. Around noon, the decision was made for them. The infected arrived. They came from the east, a massive horde that had crossed the bridge, or waded through the river, or found some other path. It didn't matter how they'd gotten here. They were here now, overwhelming Algiers the same way they'd overwhelmed the quarter. The school's gate didn't last long. The chain snapped under the weight of bodies pressing against it. Infected people poured into the yard and the survivors scattered. Carla grabbed the twins, ran for the back exit. Ray was beside her, helping clear the way. They burst out into the street behind the school, ran toward... where? There was nowhere safe, nowhere left to run. The riverfront, Ray said. Maybe boats. They ran toward the water, the twins struggling to keep up. Behind them, screams echoed from the school. Carla didn't look back. Couldn't. They reached the riverfront as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The Mississippi stretched before them, wide and brown and indifferent to their suffering. A few boats bobbed at the docks, but all were damaged or sinking. There, Emily pointed. A small sailboat, listing but still floating. They climbed aboard, Carla and Ray working to get the sail up while the twins huddled in the cockpit. The sail caught wind, pulled them away from shore, but slowly. So slowly. Infected people appeared on the riverfront, dozens of them, then hundreds. They poured into the water, trying to reach the boat. Most sank immediately, some floated, their bodies carried downstream by the current. The boat cleared the shore, moved into deeper water. For a moment, Carla thought they'd make it. They'd sail downriver, find someplace untouched, start over. Then the sail tore. The fabric ripped along a seam and suddenly they had no propulsion. The boat began to drift, caught by the current, pulled back toward shore, toward the infected people waiting there. "Can you fix it?" Ray asked. Not in time. They were going to die here, on the river, so close to escape but not close enough. Carla pulled the twins close. "I'm sorry." "I tried." "We know, Aunt Carla," Nathan said. The boat drifted closer to shore. The infected people reached up, grasping. Then the boat scraped bottom, stuck on a sandbar. They were maybe 30 feet from the bank, close enough. The infected people waded through the shallow water, moving slowly but inevitably. Carla picked up a piece of broken railing, ready to fight. Ray found a boat hook. The twins stayed behind them, crying quietly. The first infected person reached the boat, grabbed the gunwale. Carla hit it with the railing, knocked it back. Another came, then 3 more, then too many to count. Ray fought beside her, both of them knowing it was hopeless, but fighting anyway. Because what else could they do? An infected person got past her defense, lunged at Emily. Carla screamed, threw herself between them, took the bite on her shoulder. The pain was immediate and terrible, teeth tearing through muscle. She fell, blood pouring from the wound. "No!" Ray grabbed the twins, pulled them to the far side of the boat. But there were infected people there too, climbing aboard from the water. Carla lay on the deck, watching her blood spread across the fiberglass. She felt cold, despite the heat. The fever was already starting, the infection working through her system. She had minutes, maybe less. "Ray," she managed. "The kids. I'll protect them, I promise." But even as he said it, infected people were overwhelming the boat. Too many, too fast. The last thing Carla saw before the fever took her was the sunset, beautiful and indifferent, reflecting off the river that had carried her people for generations. When she opened her eyes again, she was someone else, something else. The hunger was all-consuming, the need to feed overwhelming every other thought. She saw movement, living people, pray, and lunged. The boat was chaos. Blood everywhere. Someone screaming. Good. Follow the sound, find the food. She moved through water, climbed onto the bank, followed the others. So many others. The horde moved together, drawn by sound and smell and the collective hunger that defined their existence now. Time lost meaning. She walked, stopped, walked again. Sometimes there was food, warm flesh, blood, the screaming that meant fresh prey. Sometimes there was nothing, just walking. Eventually she found herself back in the quarter. The streets were familiar in a distant way, like a dream remembered. She followed others of her kind down Dauphine Street, past a bar with broken windows and dried blood on the floor. Something about this place tugged at buried memory, but the thought wouldn't form, couldn't form. They continued to Bourbon Street where more of them gathered. Hundreds, thousands. The living were scarce now, hidden away or dead or turned. The horde wandered aimlessly, waiting for fresh prey. Above them, from a broken speaker on a building's second floor, music played. Jazz. Some classic tune that had been playing when the speaker system failed and froze. It looped endlessly, trumpet and drums and piano, the soundtrack to the world's end. The thing that had been Carla stood in the middle of Bourbon Street, surrounded by infected people, tourists and locals, all reduced to the same mindless hunger. Above them, the music played on. Around them, the quarter burned and collapsed. And somewhere across the river, in a place she could no longer remember or name, 2 children she'd promised to protect were probably dead. But she felt nothing, knew nothing, just hunger and the eternal waiting for more prey. The music played on, the city died slowly, and what had been Carla died with it. Her consciousness erased, her humanity lost, her promise broken. Just another infected person in a city full of them, wandering the streets of the quarter she'd once known and loved, now just a feeding ground and a tomb. Days passed or weeks. Time meant nothing. Sometimes new prey appeared, other survivors making desperate runs for supplies. The horde would surge, tear them apart, feed, then return to waiting. The fires spread, buildings collapsed, bodies rotted in the streets. The Mississippi kept flowing, indifferent to the carnage on its banks. And through it all, the jazz music played from that broken speaker, a ghost of the city's soul haunting the ruins, beautiful and sad and utterly meaningless to the things that wandered below, their minds gone, their humanity stripped away, their stories ended. The speaker finally died on the 14th day, battery exhausted. The music cut off mid-phrase, leaving only silence and the shuffling of dead feet on broken pavement. New Orleans had fallen. The infection had spread beyond the city, beyond Louisiana, beyond containment. The world was ending, one bite at a time. And in the French Quarter, where music had once filled every corner and joy had been a way of life, now there was only hunger and death and the slow decay of everything that had made the place special. The thing that had been Carla stood in that silence, empty and damned, her sister's grave untended, her promise unfulfilled, her hope extinguished. Just one more monster in a world full of them. The sun set over the Mississippi, painting the sky in those same beautiful oranges and purples, indifferent to suffering, indifferent to loss, indifferent to the end of everything. And somewhere, in the ruins of a sailboat on a sandbar in the river, 2 small bodies lay unmoving, finally at rest, the fever having taken them as it took everyone. The world turned and turned and turned. Now let's move on to the next story. The forklift beeped its warning as Cyrus backed it into the narrow aisle between towering metal shelves. 43 years old, back aching from 12-hour shifts 5 nights a week, hands calloused from years of loading pallets and moving inventory through the cavernous Knoxville warehouse. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting their sterile glow across concrete floors stained with decades of oil and grit. His steel-toed boots, worn at the heels, scraped against the floor as he positioned the forks beneath another pallet of automotive parts destined for dealerships across East Tennessee. The radio on his belt crackled, dispatch confirming another shipment coming in around 3 a.m. Standard Tuesday night, or Wednesday morning, depending on how you counted it. Time lost meaning during the overnight shift, when the rest of the city slept and the warehouse crew moved product like ants in a colony, each worker knowing their role without needing to think about it. Cyrus had worked here for 19 years, started as a loader right out of high school when the economy tanked and college wasn't an option. Worked his way up to senior forklift operator, certified for all the heavy equipment. Could navigate these aisles blindfolded, knew every corner, every loading dock, every break room where the coffee was always burnt but always hot. The warehouse was his second home, more familiar than the apartment he slept in during daylight hours. His son's birthday was next week. Turning 14, Cyrus had the day off scheduled, planned to take him to that steakhouse the kid liked out in Farragut. His ex-wife would drop him off at noon, and they'd have the whole afternoon. Maybe catch a movie after. The boy played linebacker for his middle school team, had a game schedule tucked in Cyrus's wallet that he checked constantly, trying to make as many Friday night games as work would allow. Not enough. Never enough. The pallet settled onto the loading dock with a metallic clang. Cyrus climbed down from the forklift, stretched his lower back, felt the vertebrae crack. Sweat made his company-issued shirt stick to his shoulders despite the warehouse being kept at 55 degrees for climate control. Moving heavy machinery burned calories, kept him lean even as his hairline receded and gray crept through his beard. Archie appeared from the shipping office, clipboard in hand, belly hanging over his belt. The overnight supervisor for the past 7 years, a decent man who looked the other way when someone needed to leave early for a kid's school thing or take an extra break when the work got too heavy. They'd shared countless shifts together, countless conversations about nothing, sports, politics, the price of gas, whose turn it was to bring donuts. "Got 6 more pallets coming in," Archie said, scratching his chin. "Should be here by 3, then we're done for the night." Cyrus nodded, grabbed his water bottle from where he'd left it on a crate. Lukewarm but wet. "Heard from processing yet? They finished that invoicing?" "Should be done. Angela's back there now." Archie paused, looked at his phone, frowned. "You see this news thing?" "What news thing?" "Something at UT Research Facility or something. They're saying there was an accident." Archie scrolled through his phone screen, squinting at the small text. "Chemical spill, maybe?" "They evacuated a building." Cyrus shrugged. The University of Tennessee campus was across town, might as well have been on another planet for all it affected his life. "Probably nothing. They're always doing weird experiments over there." "Yeah." But Archie kept frowning at his phone, thumb scrolling. "Says here they closed off part of Cumberland Avenue, emergency crews responding." The radio crackled. Angela's voice from the processing office, tinny through the speaker. "Hey, someone want to check the break room TV? News is saying something about the hospital." Cyrus and Archie exchanged looks. The warehouse employed 23 people on the overnight shift, spread across the massive space. Most were focused on their own tasks, moving inventory, processing orders, preparing shipments for morning delivery. But something in Angela's voice had an edge that made Cyrus's gut tighten. They walked toward the break room, passing rows of shelving that stretched 30 feet high. The warehouse covered 4 acres under one roof, a maze of corridors and storage bays. Cyrus knew every inch. Aisle markers painted on the floor, numbered zones for different inventory categories, automotive in the south wing, construction materials in the north, electronics and appliances in the east. A lifetime of knowledge accumulated in his muscles and memory. The break room was small, windowless, smelling of burnt coffee and microwaved food. A television mounted in the corner played local news, volume turned up. 3 other workers had already gathered, watching. Angela stood closest to the screen, arms crossed over her chest. She worked processing, handled all the computer systems and invoicing, wore glasses on a chain around her neck. Been here longer than Cyrus, remembered when they still did everything on paper. The news showed helicopter footage of the UT campus, blue and red lights everywhere. The campus looked wrong, too many emergency vehicles, too much activity for 2:30 in the morning on a Tuesday. The reporter's voice carried that carefully controlled urgency that news people used when they didn't want to cause panic but couldn't hide that something was seriously wrong. Reports of multiple injuries at the Advanced Research Facility on Nayland Drive. Officials are not confirming the nature of the incident, but sources tell us that emergency rooms at UT Medical Center are being overwhelmed. We're also receiving reports of disturbances near the Fort Sanders neighborhood. The image cut to ground-level footage, shaky camera work, crowds of people on the street, someone screaming in the background. The feed went dark, cut back to the studio anchor who looked pale, shuffling papers. "That's concerning," Angela said quietly. Archie checked his phone again. "Wife just texted. She says police cars flying down Kingston Pike. Kingston Pike ran east-west through Knoxville, major artery connecting downtown to the western suburbs, Farragut, where Cyrus's son lived with his ex-wife in a subdivision with good schools and manicured lawns. 30-minute drive on a normal day. Could be anything," Cyrus heard himself say. "Fire, gas leak, could be anything." But his hand moved to his wallet in his back pocket, felt the folded paper of the football schedule through the leather. Thursday game this week. Away game, but he'd promised to make it. Promised. They returned to work because work was what you did. The news continued in the background, but voices and machinery drowned it out. Cyrus climbed back onto the forklift, positioned himself for the next pickup. His mind kept drifting to his phone in his locker, to his son who would be asleep in his bedroom with posters of football players on the walls and school books scattered across his desk. Smart kid, good kid, deserved better than a dad who worked nights and missed half his games. The overhead lights flickered. Brief, barely noticeable, but Cyrus noticed. Old building, old wiring. Happened sometimes. Nothing unusual. 3 a.m. came. The shipment arrived. 6 pallets as promised. Cyrus and 2 other forklift operators, Kenny and the new guy whose name he could never remember, worked in synchronized rhythm, moving product from the loading dock into designated storage. The dock door had been raised, letting in humid September air that smelled like rain and asphalt. Knoxville nights carried that specific scent, city mixed with the Tennessee River not far off, mountains surrounding the valley holding everything in like a bowl. Kenny was talking about the news, voice carrying across the warehouse floor. "My buddy texted me from downtown, says there's people going crazy, like actually attacking each other." "Bath salts," someone called back. "Remember that stuff? Makes people go nuts. This is different." He said it's spreading. People getting sick and then... Kenny stopped moving, staring at his phone. "Jesus. He says the hospital parking lot is full of ambulances. They're turning people away." Cyrus secured his pallet, climbed down. His phone was in his locker, but he didn't want to check it. Didn't want to see bad news. If something was wrong, his ex-wife would call. She had the warehouse number. They'd stayed civil for their son's sake, managed to co-parent without too much drama. She'd call if something was wrong. The lights flickered again, longer this time. Several seconds of dimness before brightening. The machinery groaned, forklifts and conveyor belts protesting the power inconsistency. "Grid's acting up," Archie said, appearing beside Cyrus with his clipboard. He looked worried now, the easy humor gone from his face. "Maybe we should knock off early." Get everyone home. You're the boss. Archie nodded, wiped sweat from his forehead. Yeah, let me just... He stopped. His hand went to his temple. Hold on. You okay? Dizzy for a second. Archie blinked hard, shook his head. I'm fine. Just tired. Let me go tell dispatch we're shutting down. He walked away, slightly unsteady. Cyrus watched him go, that uneasy feeling in his gut growing stronger. Something was wrong. Not just the news, not just the lights. Something he couldn't name, like the air pressure changing before a storm. The new guy's forklift beeped as he backed out from between shelves. Kenny was moving toward the break room, probably to check the news again. Angela's voice came over the radio, directing someone to finish processing an urgent order. Normal warehouse sounds, normal warehouse rhythm. But underneath it all, that wrongness. Cyrus walked toward the loading dock, needed air, needed to think. The night outside looked normal. Parking lot lit by sodium lights, cars arranged in neat rows, the distant sound of traffic on the interstate. Beyond the warehouse property, Knoxville spread out in pools of light and shadow. Downtown towers visible to the east, their windows dark at this hour. The city slept, unaware or uncaring about whatever was happening at UT. His phone. He should check his phone, make sure his son was okay. Probably sleeping, definitely sleeping at 3:15 in the morning, but Cyrus needed to know. He turned to head for his locker in the employee area. That's when he heard the scream. Not a startled yelp or a curse from dropping something. A real scream, terror and agony compressed into sound that echoed through the warehouse. It came from near the processing office, back through the maze of shelves. Cyrus ran, his boots pounded concrete, his heart hammering. Other workers were running too, converging on the source of the scream. Kenny got there first, then Cyrus, then three others whose faces he knew but names escaped him in the moment. Angela was on the floor, her glasses hanging from their chain, one lens cracked. She was clutching her arm, blood seeping between her fingers. Standing over her was Petey from maintenance, a skinny 23-year-old who fixed the equipment when it broke down and usually kept to himself. Except Petey wasn't himself. His skin had gone gray, slick with sweat. His eyes were wrong, pupils blown wide, blood vessels burst and spreading like cracks in glass. His mouth hung open, drool mixed with something darker running down his chin. And he was making sounds, wet, clicking sounds in his throat. Nothing human about them. Jesus Christ, Kenny whispered. What the fuck? Petey lunged, moved faster than he should have been able to, grabbed Angela by the hair and pulled her head back. She screamed again, trying to fight him off, but he was impossibly strong. His teeth snapped at her neck. Cyrus grabbed a metal rod leaning against a shelf, some piece of equipment awaiting repair. He swung it hard, caught Petey in the ribs. The impact should have dropped him, would have dropped a normal person. But Petey barely reacted, just turned his gray face toward Cyrus with those shattered eyes and that clicking, hungry sound. "Get her out of here!" Cyrus shouted at Kenny. Kenny grabbed Angela under her arms, dragged her backward. She was crying, blood streaming down her arm where Petey had bitten her. Not scratched, bitten. Teeth marks visible through the torn sleeve of her shirt. Petey came at Cyrus. No hesitation, no recognition, just hunger. Cyrus swung the metal rod again, caught him across the face. Bone crunched, blood sprayed. Petey went down but started getting back up immediately, that clicking sound louder now, almost eager. "He's fucking sick," someone yelled. "Don't let him bite you!" More sounds from deeper in the warehouse. Crashes, shouts. Something was wrong with more than just Petey. Something was spreading. Archie appeared from around a corner, running, his face pale. But behind him came two more workers, moving with that same wrong speed, same gray skin, same broken eyes. Linda from receiving and Thomas from quality control. Both looked like Petey, looked sick, looked dead but moving. The whole warehouse, Archie gasped, out of breath. They're everywhere. They're attacking. Linda lunged at him from behind. Her teeth caught his shoulder, tearing through his shirt, finding flesh. Archie screamed, tried to pull away, but she held on with fingers that bent at wrong angles, fingernails torn off from clawing through boxes. Thomas joined her, both of them taking Archie down to the concrete floor. Cyrus's mind couldn't process what he was seeing. This wasn't real, couldn't be real. He'd worked with these people for years, shared breaks, shared jokes, knew their families and their problems. And now they were tearing Archie apart like animals, blood pooling on the concrete, Archie's screams cutting off into wet gurgles. Run! Kenny was dragging Angela toward the loading dock. Just fucking run! Petey was on his feet again, coming at Cyrus. The metal rod connected with his skull, the sound like hitting a melon, but Petey kept coming. Cyrus hit him again. Finally, Petey collapsed, twitching, that clicking sound fading. But more were coming. Cyrus could hear them, see shapes moving between the shelves. The warehouse had become a maze of death. Familiar aisles, now corridors of horror. Machinery still hummed, fluorescent lights still flickered, but underneath it all was the sound of screaming and that terrible clicking. He ran for the loading dock, past the break room where someone was barricading themselves inside, pushing furniture against the door, past storage bays where he could see workers fighting, or running, or already on the ground being torn apart by their co-workers. The sick ones moved wrong, all jerky speed and inhuman strength, like their bodies had been rewired for only one purpose. Kenny had gotten Angela to the loading dock. Her arm was a mess, blood everywhere, but she was conscious. The new guy was there too, and 2 others Cyrus recognized. 5 survivors out of 23 workers. We have to go, Kenny said. Now. My phone, Cyrus said. I need my phone. I need to call. No time. Kenny grabbed his arm. Whatever this is, it's spreading. Did you see them? Did you see their fucking eyes? My son. A crash from behind them. More of the infected moving through the warehouse, hunting. The ones who'd been sick, who'd transformed, who were now something else. Cyrus had seen Archie go down, had seen the supervisor he'd known for 7 years get torn apart, and now Archie would probably become one of them. The biology didn't matter, the how didn't matter, only survival mattered. They ran into the parking lot. The night air hit Cyrus like a slap, humid and thick, carrying screams from somewhere in the city. Not just the warehouse, everywhere. The wrongness had spread beyond these walls. Cyrus's truck was parked in the 3rd row, an old Ford F-150, 10 years old but reliable, tools in the bed under a locked cover. He fumbled for his keys, hands shaking. Behind them, the infected spilled out of the loading dock, moving into the parking lot, drawn by sound, by movement. Angela was crying, leaving a trail of blood. "Get in the truck!" Cyrus shouted. They piled in. Kenny in the passenger seat, 3 others in the back. Cyrus started the engine, threw it in reverse. Tires squealed. One of the infected slammed against the hood. Gray face pressed to the windshield, hands clawing at glass. Cyrus floored it, sent the thing tumbling, drove over it with a sickening thump. The parking lot exit opened onto a side street that connected to Chapman Highway. Cyrus drove too fast, nearly clipped a parked car. His hands gripped the steering wheel so hard his knuckles went white. His mind was screaming at him to think, to plan, but all he could see was Archie being torn apart. All he could hear was that clicking sound. "Where are we going?" Kenny asked. "I don't know. Home. We need to get home." "Home." The new guy in the back, voice high with panic. "Did you see what's happening? This is everywhere." "We don't know that," but they did know. The streets told them. Chapman Highway, normally quiet at this hour, was chaos. Cars driving erratically, some crashed into poles or other vehicles. People running, fires burning in windows, and the infected, dozens of them, hundreds maybe, streaming out of buildings and homes. They moved in packs, chasing anyone who fled, bringing them down, spreading the sickness through bites and blood. Cyrus drove through it, swerved around a crashed ambulance, avoided a group of infected that turned toward the truck's sound. Beside him, Kenny was calling 911 on his phone. No answer. Just busy signals. Recorded messages saying all circuits were busy. "Try the news," Cyrus said. "Find out what's happening." Kenny switched to radio, multiple stations playing emergency broadcasts, voices overlapping in contradiction and panic, urging residents to stay in their homes and lock all doors. Fort Sanders Regional has been overrun, ambulances are not responding. Reports of violent attacks across downtown and the University District. CDC is en route, but officials cannot confirm. National Guard being mobilized. Avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms of fever, confusion, or aggressive. Static cut in, obscuring the broadcast. Cyrus changed stations, found more of the same. No solid information, just fragments of panic. Whatever had started at UT, whatever had spread to the warehouse, had engulfed the entire city in less than a few hours. Angela moaned in the back seat. "It burns. My arm burns." "We'll get you to a hospital," someone said. "Didn't you hear? Hospitals are overrun." "Then where?" Cyrus made a decision. "Farragut, my ex-wife's house. It's residential, might be safer than the city." "That's 30 minutes away." "You have a better idea?" No one did. Cyrus turned onto Kingston Pike, heading west. The main artery out of downtown, 4 lanes in each direction, normally a straight shot to the suburbs. But tonight, Kingston Pike was hell. Traffic was gridlocked. Cars everywhere. Most abandoned, some still running with doors open and no one inside. The infected moved between vehicles, attacking anyone they found. Cyrus watched a woman try to run from her car, get tackled by 3 infected who brought her down on the asphalt. Her screams lasted seconds before cutting off in wet sounds. He swerved onto the shoulder, drove on the grass median. The truck bounced over curbs and drainage ditches. Other survivors had the same idea, cars trying to navigate around the gridlock. Some made it, others didn't, either crashing or getting surrounded by the infected. Ahead, the intersection at Peters Road was blocked by a multi-car pileup. Flames engulfed one vehicle, black smoke billowing into the night sky. Bodies on the ground, some moving, some still. The infected swarmed the area, drawn by the noise and fire. Cyrus couldn't go forward, couldn't turn around. They were trapped. "Out of the truck," he said. "We go on foot." "Are you insane?" Kenny stared at him. "There's hundreds of them out there. And we're sitting ducks in here." Cyrus popped open the center console, found the pistol he kept for emergencies. A 9mm Glock, 1 magazine, 15 rounds. He'd never fired it outside a range, never thought he'd need to. "Stay close, stay quiet, move fast." He opened his door, stepped into hell. The smell hit him first, smoke and burning rubber. But underneath that, something organic and rotten. The smell of meat going bad, of bodies torn open, of the infection itself. It was everywhere, inescapable, coating the back of his throat. The infected were close, 30 yards, maybe less. They were focused on the burning cars, on fresh victims trying to escape. But they'd notice the truck soon, notice the survivors climbing out. "Move," Cyrus whispered. They ran along the shoulder between crashed cars and dead bodies. Angela was slowing them down, blood still seeping from her arm. Kenny supported her, half-carried her. The new guy and the other 2 followed, stumbling in the darkness. One of the infected noticed, turned its gray face toward them, eyes shattered and wrong. It clicked, that wet sound Cyrus had heard in the warehouse. Others responded, turned, started moving toward them. Cyrus raised the pistol, aimed. The gun bucked in his hand, loud even with all the surrounding chaos. The infected went down, bullet through its forehead, But more were coming, drawn by the gunshot. "Don't stop!" Cyrus fired again, missed, fired again, hit one in the chest, but it kept coming. They didn't die like normal people. You had to destroy the brain, just like in the movies he'd never believed, never thought could be real. They ran past a strip mall, dark and looted, past a gas station where infected fed on bodies behind the pumps, past houses that had become tombs, windows broken, blood on the doors. Farragut was still miles away, and Kingston Pike stretched ahead of them, endless and impossible. Angela collapsed. Her skin had gone pale, slick with sweat. The burn she'd mentioned had spread up her arm, veins dark and visible beneath the skin. Kenny tried to lift her, but she pushed him away. "I can feel it," she gasped. "Whatever it is, inside me, burning." "You're in shock," Kenny said. "You need medical attention." "I need—" She convulsed. Her eyes rolled back. Foam flecked her lips. "Leave me, before—" She didn't finish. Her body spasmed one more time, then went still. They stood there, 5 living people around one dead woman, while the city burned around them and the infected got closer. "We have to go," the new guy said. "We can't just leave her." "She's dead." But she wasn't. Not really. As they watched, Angela's body began to twitch. Her fingers curled. Her eyes opened, but they were different now. Blown pupils, shattered blood vessels, gray skin spreading from the bite wound on her arm. She sat up, turned her head toward them, and made that clicking sound. Kenny shot her. Cyrus's gun, but Kenny's hand pulling the trigger, putting a bullet through her forehead. She dropped, truly dead this time. Kenny stood there shaking, the gun loose in his grip. "How long?" he whispered. "She was bitten maybe 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes from bite to death to reanimation. Fast. Faster than any disease should spread. This wasn't natural. Couldn't be natural." Whatever had come out of that UT research facility, it had turned Knoxville into hell in a matter of hours. They kept moving, past more gridlock, more bodies, more infected. The numbers seemed endless. For every one Cyrus shot, 10 more appeared. They were running out of bullets, running out of options. The other 2 survivors split off at some point, said they knew a place they could hide. Cyrus let them go. Couldn't save everyone. Couldn't even save himself, probably. Just Kenny and Cyrus now, pushing west along Kingston Pike. The street was lined with businesses and shopping centers, all dark, some on fire. They scavenged as they moved, breaking into a sporting goods store for more weapons. Cyrus found a crowbar, a baseball bat, a hunting knife. Kenny grabbed a machete. They looked like survivors from a disaster movie, which is exactly what they were. Dawn came slowly, gray light filtering through smoke. The night had lasted forever and also no time at all. Cyrus's body screamed at him, muscles burning, feet blistered in his work boots. But he couldn't stop. His son was in Farragut, maybe 10 miles ahead, maybe safe, maybe already dead. The not knowing was worse than any physical pain. They found a car with keys in it, got 5 more miles before running out of gas, found another, drove until the streets became impassable again, walked, ran, hid when infected got too close. The city was transforming around them, civilization crumbling in real time. Stores emptied by looters, houses burning, bodies everywhere, some infected, some not, all dead or dying. Survivors were rare. When they did encounter other living people, the interactions were tense, everyone suspicious, everyone armed. A group holed up in a convenience store refused to let them inside. A family in an SUV nearly ran them over. Trust had died along with society. By afternoon, they'd reached Bearden, the western edge of Knoxville proper, where the city started transitioning to suburbs. Houses with yards, trees, school zones, also infected, also chaos, but slightly less concentrated. Cyrus recognized landmarks. The high school his son would attend in a few years, the pizza place where they'd celebrated his last birthday. All of it wrong now, tainted by death and horror. Kenny was flagging. His machete hung loose in his hand, his steps uneven. How much further? Few more miles, through Bearden, then Farragut. I need to rest. We can't. Sun's going down soon. It'll be worse at night. But they did rest in a house they broke into, hiding in the basement while infected roamed the neighborhood above. The house had belonged to a family. Photos on the walls showed parents and two kids smiling at Disney World. The basement still had power, a single bulb burning in the ceiling, casting shadows across stored furniture and Christmas decorations. Cyrus sat against the concrete wall, his body finally still, and felt everything crash down on him. Archie was dead. Angela was dead. Probably everyone from the warehouse was dead. He'd killed people tonight. Killed infected who'd once been people he knew. The metal rod, the gun, his own hands covered in blood, and worse. The smell clung to him, would probably never wash off. His son. The thought cut through everything else. His son was all that mattered now. Everything else, the warehouse, the career he'd built, the life he'd lived, none of it existed anymore. Only reaching his son existed. He pulled out his wallet, found the folded paper. Football schedule, printed from the school website. Games and dates and locations, his son's name on the roster. Running back and linebacker, played both ways, good at both. Thursday's game was crossed out, wouldn't happen now. None of the games would happen now. But Cyrus held the paper like a talisman, like proof that normalcy had once existed. You think anyone's still alive out there? Kenny asked. I mean, anywhere else, the rest of the country. I don't know. This can't be everywhere. Can it? Cyrus didn't answer. Didn't know how to answer. The radio had gone mostly silent hours ago, just emergency broadcasts on repeat. No new information, no government reassurance, just warnings to stay inside, stay away from the infected, wait for help that would probably never come. They stayed in that basement until dusk, then emerged back into hell. Bearden was worse at night. The infected seemed more active, drawn out by darkness, hunting in packs. Cyrus and Kenny moved like ghosts, staying in shadows, avoiding main streets. They were getting good at it, learning the patterns. The infected responded to sound and movement, less so to sight. They could track blood, followed the scent of living flesh, but if you stayed quiet and downwind, you could sometimes slip past them. Sometimes, not always. They had to fight twice more before reaching Farragut, desperate struggles in the dark with weapons that grew heavier with each swing. Cyrus's crowbar was slick with blood and brain matter. His arms trembled from exhaustion, but he kept moving because stopping meant death. Farragut appeared ahead of them, marked by the entrance to the subdivision where his ex-wife lived. Manicured lawns and two-story houses, HOA rules and good schools. It looked almost normal from a distance, lights in some windows, cars in driveways. But as they got closer, the illusion shattered. Some houses were dark, some were burning. Bodies lay in yards. The infected wandered streets that should have been safe. His ex-wife's house was on Oakmont Lane. Cyrus knew the way, had driven it countless times for pickups and drop-offs. They moved through the subdivision, keeping low, avoiding infected. Fewer here than in the city, but still too many. A group of survivors had barricaded themselves in one house, lights blazing, music playing to mask their sounds. Stupid. The noise drew infected like moths to flame. Oakmont Lane, third house on the left. Blue siding, white trim, basketball hoop in the driveway. His son's home. The house was dark, no lights, no movement. Cyrus's heart sank, but he forced himself forward. Maybe they were hiding. Maybe they'd fled somewhere safer. Maybe his son was still alive. The front door was locked. Cyrus knocked, quiet but insistent. No answer. He tried his key. He still had a key from when they were married. But it didn't work. She'd changed the locks. Of course she had. Around back, he whispered to Kenny. The backyard gate was open. Bad sign. The back door had been forced, hanging loose on its hinges. Worse sign. Cyrus entered with his crowbar raised, Kenny behind him with the machete. The house was a disaster. Furniture overturned, things scattered everywhere, signs of struggle, blood on the floor, a trail leading toward the living room. He found her in the hallway. His ex-wife, the woman he'd married at 22 and divorced at 35, the mother of his child. She was dead, torn apart, her body already starting to decay in the September heat. But she wasn't infected, hadn't reanimated, just dead. His son wasn't with her. Cyrus searched the house room by room, hoping and dreading. His son's bedroom was empty, bed unmade, school backpack on the floor. Clothes scattered, drawers open. Someone had packed in a hurry, grabbed what they could, and fled. Maybe he'd escaped. Maybe neighbors had helped. Maybe... He heard it then, that clicking sound, coming from the master bedroom. Cyrus approached slowly, crowbar ready. The bedroom door was ajar, darkness beyond. The clicking came again, hungry and eager. Something moved in the shadows. His son stood by the window, silhouetted against faint moonlight. But it wasn't his son, not anymore. Gray skin, shattered eyes, blood on his football jersey. He'd been bitten, infected, died, and reanimated. And now he stood there clicking, sensing the living person in the doorway, hungry for flesh. Cyrus couldn't move, couldn't breathe. His son, his boy, his reason for everything, was gone. Replaced by this thing, this monster wearing his face. The infected boy lunged. Cyrus reacted on instinct, crowbar coming up, catching the boy in the chest. He went down but got back up, that clicking sound louder now. Cyrus hit him again in the head this time, and the boy collapsed, skull caved in, truly dead now. Cyrus stood there, crowbar loose in his hands, staring at what he'd done. He'd killed his son, put him down like a rabid dog. The boy's blood pooled on the carpet, mixing with stains from when his mother had died. The whole house was a tomb, family destroyed, future erased. Kenny pulled him away. We have to go. There's nothing here. My son, I know, I'm sorry, but we have to go. They fled the house, fled the subdivision, fled the failure. Dawn came again, another day survived, but why? Cyrus moved mechanically, following Kenny, because moving meant living and stopping meant dying. But inside, he was empty. Everything he'd fought for, everyone he'd lost to reach, all of it for nothing. They tried to leave Knoxville, find somewhere safer, somewhere untouched. But every route was blocked. The infected had spread everywhere, overwhelming all defenses. The military had tried to establish checkpoints, then abandoned them. Emergency services had collapsed. The government was gone, society was gone, civilization was gone. For 2 weeks they survived, scavenging, hiding, fighting. They found other survivors, banded together, found shelter in a warehouse that reminded Cyrus too much of where this had started. They fortified it, made it defensible, gathered supplies from abandoned stores, learned the rhythms of survival, but supplies ran out. The warehouse's defenses weakened. Infected discovered their refuge and came in hordes. The group scattered, everyone for themselves. Cyrus and Kenny stayed together, loyal to the end, fleeing back into Knoxville proper. Kingston Pike called to them. The main artery, gridlocked with cars, littered with bodies, packed with infected. They tried to cross it, tried to reach the interstate beyond. But the infected were too many, drawn by their noise, by their scent, by their living flesh. Kenny went down first. Overwhelmed by a group of infected that came from behind, brought him down screaming. Cyrus tried to help, but there were too many. He ran, hating himself for running but unable to stop. Survival instinct overrode everything else. He made it 3 more blocks before they surrounded him. Dozens of infected, maybe hundreds, closing in from all sides. Kingston Pike stretched ahead and behind, empty of hope. Cyrus stood there with his crowbar, his body failing, his spirit broken. His wallet was in his back pocket, the football schedule inside, stained with blood and sweat. His son's name printed on cheap paper, games that would never be played, a future that would never exist. The infected closed in. Gray faces, shattered eyes, clicking sounds. Cyrus raised his crowbar, but his arms wouldn't cooperate. Too tired, too broken. He'd watched his supervisor torn apart, watched co-workers transform into monsters, killed Angela after she turned, killed his own son, and for what? To survive a few more days in hell. He thought about the warehouse, about the normalcy of forklift work and shipping schedules, about coffee breaks and complaints about sore backs, about his son's football games and the steakhouse they'd never visit, about all the small moments that made up a life, now erased like they'd never existed. The infected reached him. Teeth found his arm, his leg, his neck. Pain exploded but faded quickly, replaced by the burning Angela had described. The infection spreading through his bloodstream, shutting down everything that made him human. He fell to the asphalt, staring up at smoke-filled sky. His last thought was of the football schedule, his son's name, the games they'd never see together. Then the burning consumed everything, and Cyrus died on Kingston Pike with the sun rising over the ruins of Knoxville. When his body started moving again, it didn't carry any memory of the man he'd been. Just hunger, clicking sounds, and endless gray morning. The warehouse continued to stand, empty now, lights still humming over aisles that held only inventory and death. The forklift Cyrus had operated for 19 years sat idle, its last pallet of automotive parts never delivered. The city crumbled around it, infrastructure collapsing, electricity flickering out zone by zone. Some survivors remained, scattered groups clinging to life in basements and fortified houses, rationing food, purifying water, fighting the infected and each other. But Knoxville as a city, as a civilization, was gone. The university that had unleashed this horror was overrun. The hospitals were charnel houses. The schools were empty. The streets belonged to the dead. The infection spread beyond city limits, following highways and rivers, carried by fleeing refugees who didn't know they were already doomed. East Tennessee transformed into death's landscape, and then the rest of the state, and then beyond. News from the outside world had died with the power grid, but the last report suggested nowhere was safe. The infection moved too fast, spread too easily, turned the dead into hunters too quickly for any organized response. In the ruins of Farragut, Cyrus's ex-wife remained where she'd fallen, her body slowly decomposing in the September heat. No one buried her, no one mourned. Her son's room stayed frozen as he'd left it, school books and posters and the detritus of a teenage life interrupted. The basketball hoop in the driveway would never see another game. The warehouse district fell quiet as machines stopped and workers never returned. Shipping containers remained sealed, inventory grew dusty, orders went unfilled. The forklift's battery died, leaving it stranded between shelves loaded with parts for cars that would never be fixed, for a world that would never need them again. On Kingston Pike, Cyrus's body joined the horde. His consciousness was gone, his memories erased, everything that had made him who he was burned away by the infection. The wallet in his back pocket remained, leather slowly rotting, the football schedule inside fading in the sun, his son's name illegible, the games meaningless, the future canceled. The infected that had been Cyrus wandered with the others, drawn by sounds and scents, hunting for living flesh in a city that held less and less each day. Sometimes the horde passed the warehouse where he'd worked, but no recognition sparked in his shattered eyes. Sometimes they moved through Farragut, past the house where his son had lived, but no memory stirred. He was just another gray face in an endless crowd of the dead, One more victim of the outbreak that had started at a university research facility and consumed everything. His life, the years of forklift work, the failed marriage, the son he'd loved more than anything, reduced to nothing, erased as completely as if it had never happened. The seasons changed. September became October. The infected slowly decayed, their bodies breaking down even as they continued moving. Cyrus's work boots fell apart, his clothes rotted off, his flesh grew more gray and putrid. But still he walked, still he clicked, still he hunted with the others for food that grew ever more scarce. By the time winter came, only a handful of survivors remained in Knoxville. The infected outnumbered them thousands to one. The city was a graveyard, streets choked with abandoned cars and scattered bones, buildings collapsing from fire and neglect. Nature began reclaiming what humanity had abandoned, weeds pushing through pavement, kudzu climbing walls, animals venturing cautiously back into spaces humans had fled. The infected that had been Cyrus finally stopped moving one frozen January morning, his body too decayed to continue. He collapsed on a sidewalk near the intersection of Kingston Pike and Cedar Bluff, not far from where he'd died. His wallet had fallen from his pocket weeks earlier, the football schedule it contained already scattered by wind and rain. No one marked his passing. No one knew that one more infected had finally succumbed to decay. He was just another body among thousands, another casualty of the apocalypse, another person whose story ended not with dignity or meaning, but with simple biological fact. The warehouse kept standing through winter and into spring, its walls held against weather and time, though infected occasionally wandered through, and survivors sometimes sheltered there briefly before moving on. The forklift sat where Cyrus had left it, now covered in dust and bird droppings, its purpose forgotten. Years would pass before the infected died out completely, their bodies unable to sustain reanimation indefinitely. Years of darkness and horror, of survivors fighting to live one more day, of civilization trying to rebuild from ashes. But in those early months, in those first terrible weeks after the outbreak, there was only death and chaos, and the slow transformation of everything normal into nightmare. Cyrus had tried to reach his son. He'd failed. That failure was replicated millions of times across the country as families were torn apart, as parents died trying to save children, as children died before parents could reach them. The outbreak showed no mercy, made no exceptions, cared nothing for love or loyalty or desperate hope. The football schedule that had been in his wallet eventually decomposed completely, its paper returning to soil, its ink to nothing. The games listed on it were never played. The season was canceled, the school closed, the team disbanded. The boys who would have played, Cyrus's son among them, died or fled or turned, their futures erased as completely as the schedule itself. In the end, Cyrus's story was not unique. Thousands like him died trying to reach loved ones, died with hope still burning in their hearts, died without ever knowing if their desperate journey had any chance of success. The apocalypse was made of such tragedies, millions of individual heartbreaks that collectively spelled the end of the world as it had been. The warehouse stood, the city crumbled, the infected roamed, and the living, those few who remained, learned to survive in a world where reaching someone you loved could cost you everything and still accomplish nothing. Cyrus's grave was unmarked asphalt. His epitaph was silence. His legacy was one more life lost in an ocean of death. He had been a forklift operator, a father, a divorced man trying his best in a world that demanded more than he could give. He had worked nights for 19 years, built a career, loved his son, lived an ordinary life. That life ended in horror on a September night that changed everything. He died trying. That was all anyone could say. He tried to reach his son. He tried to survive. He tried to find meaning in chaos. And he failed. Because the infection didn't care about trying, didn't care about love, didn't care about anything human. The city of Knoxville, once home to nearly 200,000 people, became a necropolis. Streets that had carried rush-hour traffic now carried only the shambling dead. Schools fell silent. Businesses emptied. Houses became tombs. The university that had accidentally unleashed this plague was overrun, its research facility destroyed, its secrets buried under rubble and bodies. Recovery would take generations if it came at all. The infrastructure that had supported civilization, power plants, water treatment, food distribution, medical care, communication networks, all of it collapsed in days. What the infection didn't destroy directly, it destroyed indirectly through chaos and the breakdown of social order. Some survivors adapted. They learned to be silent, to move unseen, to kill without hesitation. They learned which buildings offered shelter, which roads were safest, which times of day the infected were most active. They learned to ration food, to purify water, to treat wounds without hospitals, to live in constant fear. But most didn't adapt. Most died in the first weeks, either infected or killed by the infected or starved or murdered by other desperate survivors. The strong didn't inherit this new earth. The ruthless did, or the lucky, or those isolated enough to avoid the worst. The warehouse district became one of many dead zones, areas too dangerous to scavenge, too overrun to navigate. Cyrus's forklift rusted in place. His work boots rotted on a sidewalk. His wallet's leather grew brittle and cracked. All the physical remnants of his existence slowly returned to nothing. Memory was even more fragile. Those few co-workers who'd survived the warehouse outbreak didn't speak of him, rarely thought of him. He was one of many faces in their nightmares, just another person they'd failed to save. His ex-wife was dead. His son was dead. No one remained to remember the man he'd been. The football schedule, even after decomposing, left a faint stain on the concrete where it had lain, ink and paper breaking down, leaving ghost traces. But no one would ever see it, never know what it represented, never connect it to the story of a father who died trying to reach his son. That was perhaps the cruelest irony of the apocalypse. Not just death, but erasure. Cyrus's whole life, every moment he'd lived, every choice he'd made, reduced to nothing. No gravestone, no obituary, no one to say he existed, he mattered, he tried. The sun rose and set over Knoxville's ruins. Rain fell, wind blew, seasons changed. The infected decayed. Eventually the city would be reclaimed by nature, buildings collapsing under vines, streets breaking apart under tree roots, all evidence of human civilization slowly erased. Future generations, if they came, might never know a city had stood here at all. Cyrus had been 43 when he died. He should have had decades ahead of him. Should have watched his son graduate high school, maybe college. Should have walked him down the aisle someday, met his grandchildren, grown old, surrounded by family. All of it stolen by an infection that turned people into monsters in minutes. The world had ended not with nuclear fire or environmental collapse or any of the apocalypses science fiction had imagined. It had ended with a simple biological accident, a virus or bacteria or prion that rewired the brain, turned off humanity, replaced it with hunger. It had ended with clicking sounds and gray skin and shattered eyes. It had ended with Cyrus dying on Kingston Pike, his son already dead in Farragut, the football schedule in his wallet representing a future that would never come. The warehouse's fluorescent lights finally flickered out one spring day when the power grid died completely. Darkness claimed the aisles where Cyrus had worked for 19 years. The forklift became a shadow in the gloom. The inventory sat unseen and unused. Automotive parts for vehicles that no longer ran, for a civilization that no longer existed. In the end, all that remained of Cyrus was the absence he left behind. A forklift without an operator. A truck in a parking lot with no one to claim it. A space at Friday night football games where a father should have stood cheering for his son. Absence echoing through a dead world, meaningless because no one was left to notice. The apocalypse had consumed him as it had consumed millions of others, thoroughly, completely, without mercy or meaning. He had mattered once, to his son, to his co-workers, to the small circle of people who knew his name. But those people were gone, and with them went any evidence that Cyrus had ever existed at all. The city crumbled, the seasons turned, the silence grew deeper, and the story of Cyrus, the forklift operator who died trying to reach his son, faded into nothing like smoke on the wind. Just one more tragedy in an ocean of tragedies, one more life lost in the collapse of everything, one more person whose desperate hope ended in blood on Kingston Pike. He had worked nights for 19 years. He had loved his son. He had died with a football schedule in his wallet. That was all. That was everything. That was the sum total of his existence in the time of the infection, the outbreak, the apocalypse, the end of the world. And when the last survivor who'd known his name finally died, years later, in a shelter far from Knoxville, Cyrus was truly gone. Erased as completely as if he'd never been. No monument, no memory, no evidence. Just empty space where a person had once been. A void that would never be filled. A story that would never be told. The warehouse stood empty under stars that still shone despite everything below turning to ash. The world kept spinning. Time kept passing. But for Cyrus, time had stopped on a September night when his supervisor transformed into a monster and everything normal became horror. He'd tried to reach his son. He'd fought through hell itself for the chance. And he'd failed. The infection had won. Death had won. The apocalypse had won. All that remained was silence and decay and the slow erasure of everything humanity had built, including memory, including meaning, including the story of one ordinary man who'd loved his son enough to die trying to save him. That story ended on Kingston Pike, surrounded by infected, holding on to hope until his last breath. It ended with football schedules and work boots and warehouse memories. It ended with gray dawn over a dying city. It ended, like everything else, in darkness and silence and the infinite indifference of a world moving on without the people who had once filled it.